No sustenance needed. Not when you have 16. That's all you need, right? It fulfills like the entire food pyramid. And I immediately need more. I was looking at a few things. How you doing, Hero? The Final Fantasy will provide, exactly. Likely be lurking today as I'm exhausted from dealing with renewing my health card. Understandable, no problem, Hero. Enjoy the lurk. Get that rest. Oh hey, Torgal leveled up. I don't know if it's ever popped up saying like Torgal has gotten a new pedigree rank or not. It just, I happen to accidentally swap over to Torgal and it's like, oh hey, the meter's longer now. A few things I wanted to check on. Well, we have 1,000 ability points to spend. Okay. Dodge, jump, precision dodge. We can, what is the mastery of that? Increases the trigger window or extends the trigger window. Lunge, down thrust. Imbues blade with fire. Increasing ability, potency, and range. Burning blade, which I don't use that often. But if it's a shorter time to make it happen, maybe I will start using it more often. I learned taunt and have still never used it. R1 stomp. Kicks to 2. We haven't really had many vertical fights. Charged magic. I feel like reducing the time on charged magic is probably a pretty good one. Magic burst. Oh! I didn't realize this was its own thing. Extends the trigger window. You know what? I find it so hard to hit the magic burst window. That should help. Hello, Cross. Yeah, we are a couple hours after the iconic challenge from the demo. Let's do Burning Blade. I mean, I have enough. Do I have enough to master the entire ring? Oh, this one's 500. Precision dodge window. That'll be worth. Okay. So bigger magic burst window. Burning blade should come out way quicker. Better dodges. Better pizza. All right. Where local map? So what are we're making for East Pool? The bridge just got repaired. Where even is East Pool? Well, I mean, presumably east, but like, oh, no, it's north. Okay, never mind. Let's go scoop these up at the very least. I think I looked west anyway, never east. Yeah. Oh, there is potential, I guess. Speaking of east, I was just in the kitchen with the news on, mentioning there's a storm on its way. It'll be here in around like an hour and a half ish. Hopefully we're fine. I think the scary part of it will be slightly to the west of me. I just hope I don't lose power. That's really it.
Here, you're that bearer who works for Martha, aren't you? Can you give me a hand? Curse my luck. I dropped my crystal off a cliff into the bloody swamp like an utter fool.
IRL.
Now, I've not got your knack.
Yeah, please no.
I need that shard to chill my fish if I'm to take him to market. It's just a short climb down. I'll make it.
He needs an ice cube. Got it.
I can't promise anything.
Well, just promise you'll look.
Claimed it.
All right, eating it, but only might have, you understand. There were a lot of bog crabs down there. Nasty buggers, them. Oh, don't worry.
All right, a crab ate his ice cube, and we have to go get it. Okay. That's like, what was the last... That one Monster Hunter update, man.
I have to find him before the Imperials do.
I don't remember his name. Big Tornado Man showed up to my doorstep IRL.
Can't talk now, Oh, you're Clive, aren't you? Martha told me all about you. Word is you're a devil with that blade.
You look like you're in a hurry. Where are you going?
Not far, I hope.
Sounds serious.
Not so much what happened as what might. They've discovered he's a bearer, and now one of his erstwhile friends and neighbors wants to see him.
Where is this
bearer racism?
Wasn't fool enough to wait for the Imperials to... They'll be after him before long. Here. If you've the time and the inclination, I could...
Yeah.
Of course. We bear it.
Thank you, Clive. His name's Norris. We need to find him and get him to Martha before the Imperials snip.
You found him yet? You will...
All right, looking for Norris. No, it was one of the more recent one. It starts with an A.
And the old time he was one of them. We need him caught and handed over to the Imperials. Hanging's too good for him. Well, go on then. If he gets away, I'll see you fitted for a noose.
All right, Ronald. We were just leaving. Look.
Why?
This one's here to help. I was just
God
filling
damn
him
it.
in.
Ha! Send a bearer to catch a bearer, is it? Not bloody likely. That's it. I'll find the bastard myself.
Come on now, Ron. It's dangerous out there. We wouldn't want you to come to any harm.
You want something done right, you don't send a bearer.
Clive, this might take a while. Someone's
right.
have to find...
I'd better find this Norris before Ronald takes Matt.
Okay, so both of those are pretty close. Might as well. And then we'll head north, scoop this up, see what's going on.
Bearers are hardly difficult to spot. What did he mean about being played false, I wonder?
Hello, sir.
You don't know a man called Norris, do you?
I do, as it happens. He ran off that way not too long back, and he had a lantern with him for some reason.
He was making for the marshes then.
Can I, like, just jump off the bridge?
Company.
I guess not.
You barely have to step out your...
That's one of our branded.
I'd like to see you try.
I better keep my eyes peeled.
Oh no. Oh, okay. It's like one. Oh no. Let's see how. Ooh. That comes out way faster now. Wow. Okay, that's nice. Oh, and the window for that? Okay. Okay, yeah, those upgrades were the right call. Jesus.
A lantern. The one Norris was carrying, no doubt. At least I know which way he went. Someone made sure work of them. I wonder if that someone was Norris.
Oh, I saw a 200 yard. I was like, wait, what? Hello, Norris. I have come looking for you.
Leave me be.
You were never branded. So that's how you
Yeah, I was gonna
stayed
say, wait, I thought we were looking for a branded.
Sent you after me, did he? Set an Imperial dog on his best friend.
Damn.
And when we were so close. I'll never forget the hatred in his eyes. But it doesn't matter now. I will not become a slave. As one bearer to another, please. Don't do this. You know how they treat our kind.
Ronald didn't send me. One of Martha's men did. He wanted to make sure you were safe.
I don't understand.
Martha takes in bearers. She's a friend. You can trust her. Believe me.
I never knew. I can't say I'm surprised, though. She has a kind heart. Kinder than most.
Just wait here and stay out of sight. You'll be among friends soon enough.
Thank you. And... sorry. You're no Imperial dog. Far from it.
We really should, like, change our armor.
Oh,
Everyone looks at us like, Imperial!
I assume it's yours.
Thanks. I
We're
dropped
not
it when those creatures attacked me.
doing any favors by keeping these clothes on.
I wasn't all that sorry to be rid of it. Ron gave it to me.
All right. I'll keep hold of it.
Outfit options. No, there's not like a...
lived free for so many years.
There's no like cosmetics thing. Like the only thing we actually see as far as gear is our weapon. Like these don't go on our person, neither do these. As far as I have noticed anyway.
I need to be
besides when we were naked in jail, yeah. Like the sombrero outfit in 15. God, I forgot about that. Just ruin any serious scene with a sombrero. I would do it in a heartbeat. Hey, Graham. Pretty much just getting started. We gotta kill some crabs.
Crystal. Should be interesting.
Looking for an ice cube.
It's over. Stay down.
My God.
You know what?
This must be it.
Foul crystal.
More time down here than I have to.
Ooh. Or a cat. Oh my God. Yeah, the 14 crossover with 15. And Catboy Noctis. It was so fitting too. Here you go.
Well,
yours,
A thin membrane of fetid muck covers this crystal. Otherwise appears undamaged. Delicious.
you found it. Oh, thank you. Any longer out in the sun and my catch would have made for poor eating indeed.
Be more careful next time.
Oh, I will, I promise. No point casting my nets of a morning if I'm without a crystal to see the catch to town. There was a time honest tax-paying folk could get new ones whenever they wanted. Can't now, though, not for love nor money. Crystals.
Yeah, someone else has mentioned that. Like crystals used to be given out
more every day.
like water.
Lose this little beauty again, and I might as well scrap my nets and take to begging.
Alright.
I'll be fucked if...
There you are, Clive.
Well branded. Have you found the bastard yet?
Only what was left of him. A corpse, torn apart by monsters. And this.
Let me see that. No. It can't be.
Shall we consider that the end of the matter then?
No. I mean, I've no use for bearer bones. He's dead. Let that be an end to it. Only wish those whose job it was had done what they were supposed to do and spotted him sooner. Letting a bearer go about without a brand? It's not right, I tell ya. Who'll want anything to do with me now, eh? There goes the bearer lover, they'll say. I'll be a laughing stock.
The bearer lover? Okay, Jesus.
Is it true, Clive? Is Norris really...
No.
He's alive. You'll find him in a hut in the marshes. He's expecting you.
Oh, you crafty. Still, you did the right thing. Thank you. It's not...
Man. Bearer, I'm having a kind of a tough time like really distinguishing like what the real difference is. So bearers are anyone notices you lose one iron lantern. Oh, the thing we found. Okay. Anyone who can use magic without a crystal. But branded are kind of one and the same in that they're marked with the tattoo on their face, showing the world that they are a bearer, and are just called branded. But where it gets confusing for me is people like Jill here,
Out in the east, you know.
or even us before we actually had the tattoo, are dominance bearers that are everyone's cool with. Like I'm unsure where the line is. Especially when they say most people get branded at birth. I was like, okay, well, I think of like Joshua. He was like, what, like 7 in the flashback? But a dominant of Phoenix. But surely he had to have some sort of magical prowess or something shown before that? I don't know.
Martha said the blight had spread even further south, pushing yet more monsters down with it. I dare say we'll be seeing a few along the way.
Then we shall have to keep our wits about us.
Yeah, they're definitely used like tools. I was like, oh, you can do magics. You are now my water fountain. Another adamantoids. Most bearers are branded, but not all branded are bearers. Or not all. No, I think all branded are bearers. I think other way around.
Give them all you've got, boy.
Oh, damn, it was too late. coming to try something. Get out of here, Death Blossom. It's like a tattoo, a burn. Seeming. So we've seen a couple people with scars on their face. I'm assuming it's tattoo though. And they might have. My assumption is they burned their brand off.
Stay down.
B.
Keep your distance, boy. Give them all you've got, boy.
Where even are we? Okay. All the foot pads again.
Nice boots you've got there.
Is that why you're calling a foot pad? You're looking at my feet? Get him out of here. Like a root of feet.
That's enough. Don't let them get away. You lose.
Well, it's upgraded with extra range. There's, I think it's like wide open spaces. The Gruta Claw really shines. The narrow hallways, it's kind of E. Yoink.
You there.
Yep.
Over here.
Yellow.
Excuse me. I'll use that blade of yours. Ugh, curse my luck. I'm branded. No time to haggle with whoever holds your leash. Wait. That's the slumbering chocobo you're wearing. You and the Marfors, are you? Good. She won't begrudge me the use of you then. Not while there's wolves about. We tried dealing with them ourselves. Laid out bait, think we might swoop in and slaughter the lot. But we didn't expect the pack to be quite so bloody big.
I expect the blight drove them here.
We'd hoped empty bellies might make them easy prey. We'd made them mean instead. Martha's no fool, so she must see some...
All right.
Hey,
I got you.
wait. When you've seen to every last one of them, go and speak to my friend over the bridge, all right?
I was gonna say, yeah, they're desperate, so they're gonna be crazed and, of course, mean.
You look hungry, all right. Hungry and mean. Bryce and let him know the road's safe.
Okay, so he's up there where we're going. What else is around here? There's some blockade there. A little like settlement or something. Abandoned house. Oh, there's got to be something around here. Yoink. And what about inside? Any chests? Yes. Goblin coin. Don't know how much those are worth yet, but that's the second one we found. Those are just sellables.
Wonder how long that bait will last. You, Bryce?
What's it to you?
Your friend asked me to get rid of the wolves.
You'd have me believe a single bearer slew the entire pack. Then again, if you didn't, you wouldn't be on this side of the bridge.
You know, that's
Other than
another,
you're
like...
a tough one, aren't you? Oh, Frederick. You wily bastard. You served us well, bearer.
Bearers are the ones that are able to use magic. Are they enslaved out of fear, too? As like, why would a magic user not be able to accomplish that feat? Is it because they're indentured and slaves immediately from birth, so they don't have the privilege of being taught how to fight? Is it one of those things?
Look, the windmills. That must be Eastpool.
It also is one of those things like, if they're the magic wielders, why don't they just kill their slave owner? And like, they're the ones with the power. I feel like uprising. I mean, I know fear does a lot, right? You can have all the power in the world, but if you're too afraid to use it, sure. But it's just a strange dynamic that the ones with the power are the ones that are enslaved.
I remember coming here with Lord Murdoch when I was young.
Scarecrow. Oh yeah, this is a GG Scarecrow? Look at it. That's a friend. That's not a deterrent. Endless, hello. 70 months, Jesus Christ. Can actually catch a stream. Welcome, welcome. The extra Thursday stream coming through. I said GG because of 14, so it's VV, Black Mage. I love that. The brand has, I don't know if it does, because if the, I mean, I guess it could be a limiter and not a full-on quenching, because then the branded themselves would be useless as tools. I don't know. "56-hour weeks next week, going to 64. Jesus. Oh, there's got to be something down there. Because as far as like lore, do we have a, no, we have to go back to Encyclopedia Man. Our current information about the brand hasn't said anything of the sort, I don't believe. I think it just says a mark. I definitely read that as Minecraft, which I mean, I guess Microsoft owns Minecraft, but like 64 hours for a Minecraft server? That's wild. Hi. On the ground. Ooh, okay. Hey, was I stunned that whole time?
Not this time.
There we go. Dragon Talon. All right, that was sick. Journal. Yeah, that was the one thing. Unless I could be mistaken, I'll open the journal. But yeah, the journal is just a quest log. The journal doesn't hold the Encyclopedia Man stuff, which is unfortunate. You do have to go back to him every time.
Drink up now, my darling.
Oh, there's a person in here watering her wheat. Okay. You're the one that made the cute scarecrows. I love them. Oh, Windmill Village. Eastpool.
Quiet, isn't it?
Yes.
You're Clive Rossfield.
Hey, you're not so loud. Yeah, I was like, grab your weapon. Not so loud.
Huh? It's me, Hannah, Rodney Murdoch's wife.
Lady Hannah.
Murdoch. That was I think our training instructor.
Oh, I knew it was you. You haven't changed at all. The Lord Marquis and Jill too. It's so good to see you both again.
Yeah, tutorial guy, essentially.
Too, Lady Hannah.
If you have time, you simply must come back to the house. I haven't much to offer, but what is mine is yours.
We should be delighted.
And you have been wandering the world ever since. I can well understand fleeing from those iron blood brutes, but oh, to take to the road at such a tender age.
It wasn't easy, but we survived, and...
And now we're back. It's wonderful to see you safe and well, Lady Hannah. Do you think you will stay here, in Eastpool? Rosalith still enjoys the Mother Crystal's blessing, does it not? You could always move.
This house holds a lot of memories for me. So long as I can live here in peace, here I shall stay. Not that it matters. The capital is closed to civilians, by order of the Duchess. Or should I say, Her Imperial
Duchess.
Majesty.
Yeah. I
Arabella's
wonder
marriage
who
to the
that
Emperor of
is.
Sambrec heralded a great many changes here.
Yes. Of course.
Oh,
Shitty
forgive me.
mom.
I didn't mean to...
Please. There is nothing to forgive. Would my mother not make an exception for you and your husband? Surely she would not refuse the Lord Commander.
You haven't heard, then. Rodney passed away on the night of the fire. He never returned from Phoenix Gate.
I'm sorry.
Clive.
My poor child. You look pale. All this traveling must have taken its toll. I insist you rest. We can talk later.
Where's that one? Maybe? I don't know. I don't have the factions and like who leads who
Are you sure you don't want to
straight
step
in my
inside?
head. So I'm not actually sure who she's married to right offhand.
Not after what I did.
Lady Hannah said she would prepare a change of clothes for you in the morning. She really has been very kind.
Years of killing. 13 years without the faintest glimmer of hope. It was only Joshua that kept me going.
I swore that I would avenge his death. That I would kill his killer. That was the only thing that gave my life any meaning. But if it was me who killed Joshua and Murdoch and all the others, then why the hell am I still breathing?
I ask myself the same. When I fought, hundreds died. There were so many bodies, so many lives cut short in their prime.
Well, to be fair, I think Titan did most of the
That
killing.
day in Dalmekia,
Literally stomping on dozens
I
at a
wanted
time.
to join them. I wanted it all to end. I couldn't bear it anymore. If living meant being that, better to be just another body.
I'm sorry.
Do you remember that night on the balcony? When we looked up at the moon? I said a prayer to Metia, and that prayer was
Metia,
answered.
yeah. Totally not Dalamud.
You came back to me. The heavens must have a plan for us. We should get some rest.
Oh, shit. All right. That was very clearly, she was going for something. He's just like, hi.
Sleep
What's
well.
going on right now? Hey, Godly Phoenix, thank you for the 16 month. Yeah, what do I do? Yeah. What's happening?
Thank you, Lady Hannah.
Ooh, wait!
Now people will not flee at the sight.
I was literally just talking about that.
You look just like Elwyn did when he was your age.
We got red and black now?
How did you come to have some of my father's old clothes?
Hey!
Oh, before Elwyn.
Let's
became
go.
Archduke, our families would often summer together. He and Rodney were like brothers. These clothes have been in a wardrobe for years, collecting cobwebs along with everything else.
Well, I'm very grateful for them. And sorry for depriving you of your memories.
We look like a vampire or something now. I love it.
What your father would have wanted.
They suit you well. Thank you, Lady Hannah.
Yes, thank you.
I like the red and black versus blue and white.
I should thank you. It may only have been for a short while, but seeing you again took me back to happier times. Fare you well, my lord and lady.
And you, Lady Hannah.
Oh, came with a new sword too.
It should take us all the way to Phoenix Gate. Let's go.
Hold on, hold on. Invictus. 15 damage increase. One of a set of 7 swords said to have been forged in the flames of Mount Drustinus. Invictus has been passed down through generations for use by the Archduke's family and his closest shields. Archduke Elwyn presented Invictus to Rodney Murdoch on the day he was promoted to Lord Commander of the Ducal Army. And we got a better belt. Metia is sometimes called the Custrel, as legend has it that the brightest red star serves as the moon's attendant, carrying her gear and equipping her armor at times of battle. This belt was part of a set owned by Archduke Elwyn and kept in Eastpool for when he and his family would summer there. And same for the Vam braces, another nice upgrade. It's a long-standing Rosarian tradition for the Archduke to bestow a gift to scions of the ducal line upon their coming of age. These bracers dyed in the red of the star Metia, or what Elwyn's father chose for him, and formed part of a set of clothes kept in Eastpool for when he and his family would summer there. Sick. How many points we got, by the way? Let's master charge magic. Make that go faster. And then master down thrust. Get the flame imbuement. Characters opposite color palettes. Yeah. Ooh, a shop? Okay. Wait, am I looking the right way for the shop? Yeah. Do you have another stupid expensive orchestrion?
Anything take your fancy?
Oh, this is the same. I mean, I am using Rook's Gambit now. Almost 3 seconds is pretty significant. You do have a 40 grand. God damn it. I'll buy this.
There you are.
So it auto-equip, but I don't know what it replaced.
Ja, come back soon now.
Oh, I should check. Let's see. Let me go to sell.
I'm selling.
So goblin coins are hard to say. Let's see. $800 a pop. Okay. Cool.
Safe travels.
So it replaced... Oh, I'm not... Oh, I do have Heat Wave on. Honestly, I think I would rather have Scarlet Cyclone damage. All right. A very, very sick sword, yeah.
You? Those are Elwyn's. By the flames. You're his firstborn. Clive Rosfield.
You're mistaken.
Bro, you're in your home, like, area.
Oh, you can't fool me, my lord. You're the very image of your father. And that would be true even if you weren't wearing his clothes. The self-same garments Hannah was keeping for you, if I'm not mistaken. She always swore that she would never part with them until the day Elwyn's sons returned. And now that day has come. Why, you'll be able to take your bearers back as well.
What? What do you mean by that?
Forgive me, Master Mayor. I was a child when last I came to Eastpool. I didn't recognize you.
Oh, I'd be surprised if you recognized anything at all. Much has changed since Rosaria fell to the Empire. Not least for the bearers, who once served her noble families.
Oh, like the house at... Okay, I see.
When the Ironblood sacked Rosalith 13 years back, many who lost their masters fled here in search of sanctuary.
And never returned.
Aye. The plan was to send them home once we'd won back the capital. But then the Imperials arrived. Rosaria became a province of Sanbreque. The duchy was dissolved, and they no longer had any home to return to. Back in your father's day, any bearer who lost their master became a ward of the duchy. We'd hand them over to the sheriffs, and they'd be assigned a new position. But when we saw how the Empire treated their branded, we knew that wasn't an option. So they've been here ever since.
And now
oh, another haven. Nice.
They're yours by right, Lord Rosfield. Bequeathed you by your late father. And they'd be better off serving you than hiding here. Indeed, many of them used to serve your house, and still consider the Rosfields their masters.
I'm no one's master. Not anymore. They wouldn't be safe with me.
I understand. You'll forgive an old man his fanciful notions. Been daydreaming for too long. But still, I would ask a favor of you. A small mercy.
If it is within my power.
One of the bearers is an elderly fellow who still swears absolute loyalty to Archduke Elwyn. I don't ask that you take him into your service, only that you meet with him. Let him see that Elwyn's son still lives, and that he's as fine a man as his father ever was.
It would be my honor.
Thank you, my lord. He sits by the well most days, watching the people go about their business. If you could show him your face, I would be most grateful.
All right, all right.
As fine a man as my father.
You're not so very different, you know. Especially dressed like that. Come on, let's go and meet that bearer.
But I can see that though again. Especially when this game eventually makes it onto PC. Just like the Sparta sword mods. And just straight up Dante model replacements. I could see those being pretty
He's not
quick
here.
mods.
Well, I can't leave without meeting him. I've let the mayor down once already. It would be cruel to disappoint him again.
All right, let's ask around. Someone must have seen him.
Well now, unfamiliar faces.
We're looking for an elderly bearer. You wouldn't happen to have seen him, would you?
Ah, you mean the old boy who always waits by the well?
Yes, that's him.
What business do you have with him, if you don't mind me asking? You're not from the capital too, are you?
We are, in a way.
Well then, it's a pleasure to meet a fellow Rosalithian. I was born and raised down Market Street, and never would have left if Archduke Elwyn had survived the fire. It wasn't the same when the Duchess took over, though. All the beatings, the evictions, the levies going up and up and up, even as the blight took half the harvest. Oh, listen to me, telling you what you already know. I'm sorry. And I'm afraid I can't help you with your bearer either, though I doubt he'll have gone far. He comes here every day, almost as if he's waiting for something.
We'll keep asking around then. Thank you.
The sword, yeah. Yellow.
Good day, milady.
I'm looking for a bearer.
Ah, that old loon. Funny, he's usually down by the well at this hour.
I'm sorry?
Oh, he worked in the kitchens at Rosalith Castle back in the day. Still thinks he's there now. You'd often hear the poor fool chatting away to the Archduke. Living in a dream he is, but better there than here, I suppose. Can't imagine the Vicereine stopping to trade tales with a bearer. Can you?
No.
Anyway, you'll be round here somewhere. Doubt he has the path to stray too far.
Thank you. We'll...
Hey, hold on a mo. Young Patrick, the chocobo keeper, might know where he is. He'll be in the stables.
Patrick the chocobo keeper.
Wait.
I'm sorry, Jill. For making you do all this in my stead.
It can't be helped if we're to keep up the pretense. Come on, let's head for the
Yeah,
stables.
let's say, oh, wait a minute. Do they have ambrosia here too?
Where the bloody hell's he got to?
Excuse me, but is something the matter?
It's this bearer I've been minding. He's not in his usual spot by the well, nor anywhere else in the village.
You must be Patrick.
I am.
And this bearer you're looking for, he's an elderly man who used to work in the Rosalith Castle kitchens, yes?
That's the fella. How do you know all this? I've never seen you in Eastpool before, but you seem to know the place better than I do myself. So that's how it is. Well then, if you're acting under orders of the mayor, he's been losing what little sense he had left of late, saying the sheriffs are coming to collect him and that he needs to go back to the castle. I was supposed to watch over him, keep him out of trouble. But if he's walked out on us, there's not a lot I can do.
Understood. You keep searching.
Thank you.
I hope he hasn't wandered into trouble.
Let's just concentrate on finding him.
Oh wait, is he Or we went to go fight that dragon.
Still no sign.
Yep.
Could he have strayed
All right.
further?
Well, you know, we went out there early. We got extra goodies for doing so. Yeah, there was no chocobos at the Chocobo Keeper.
Look, there's someone over there.
It might be him. We should hurry.
Not the bees.
We can't lead them to the old man. They need to die.
Agreed.
That's enough.
Oh, okay. So charging arrow into Aurora. Oh, maybe just can send them into the air, but not always.
Die!
Are you all right, my friend? Come on. Let's go home.
Your Grace, you came for me. I waited for you so long, but you finally came.
I'm not who you think.
Clive.
I was like, let him think what he wants.
Yes. Pray forgive my long
I
delay.
give him solace.
It's nothing, Your Grace. I prayed to the Founder that you would come, and at long last, he answered. Will we be returning to the castle, then? There is still a place for me in the kitchens?
No, my friend. We will not be returning to the castle, not yet. I'm on a very important expedition, one which may take some time. Could you wait for me in Eastpool until my journey is complete? I will come back for you then. I promise.
Of course, Your Grace. For you, I would gladly wait until my dying day.
Let's try not to forget him now. He was like, yeah, either he's gonna die of old age or we better come back for Grandpa.
Thank you, both of you. You've been most kind.
At the very end of the
memory
game.
Serving the late Archduke was his one light in the darkness. And now that light burns a little more brightly. It's nothing but a fantasy, of course. But it's better than the truth of the matter. A damn sight better. The blight is on our doorstep. Our harvests are failing. The people are leaving in droves. If it weren't for Lady Hannah selling half her worldly goods to provide for the few of us who stayed behind, we would long since have starved. We want to keep the bearers safe here, we really do. But unless a miracle happens, we won't be able to spare a crust of bread to share between them soon enough.
Is it really that bad?
So bad, I even petitioned the Imperial garrison to take them. But when they found out where they'd come from, they damn near spat in our faces. Ducal dogs, they called them. Enemies of the Empire.
I know a man named Sid, who would gladly give a home to any bearer in need of one. Leave this with me. As soon as I return from Phoenix Gate, I'll speak with him.
Thank you, my lord. will you be passing through Eastpool on your way back? I should very much like to speak with you again, if you have the time, regarding the future of the village, and what might be done for Lady Hannah, after all she's done for us.
Yes, of course. I'll be back anon.
Fare you well, my lord, my lady. I wish you a safe journey.
All right. It does sound like more side quests. The dim. Okay, and there's a little offshoot over there.
Aptly named.
I didn't realize they were this close.
No wonder their crops are failing.
Yeah, Jesus.
Light is leaching the ether from the soil. And when the last drop is drained, their fields will turn to this. No plants, no animals, no life.
And no monsters. I suppose that's one small mercy.
That branch fell and dissolved. What the hell is this?
What's this? Another relic of the fallen.
Hmm. Okay. I'm sure we'll be back here. I gotta open the door. Can't do it right now, though.
We won't be able to use any magic here.
Another thing to worry about. As if the absence of ether didn't cause enough problems.
Take away the lad's life force, and problems are all that's left.
I can hardly imagine what this place used to look like before the Blight took it.
I remember. It was beautiful.
All right. Another waypoint. This is such a huge area.
There it is. Phoenix Gate. Where it all went wrong.
And there's still so much to the south that's blocked off right now.
Come on, Clive. It's time to discover the truth.
Given we saw who the masked boy is, that truth gonna be way bigger than he has any idea. All right. Oh, that was just, oh, I see. Okay. It's all one area, but if you want to start from this side to get to the towns quicker. I see, I see. Okay. Does the nearby activities? No, okay. So Phoenix Gate, 13 years later. Or the remains of it.
It's almost as if time had stood still.
I suppose no one had any cause to return here. No. It's just as I left it. Let's have a look around. Could I have done this?
Could anyone?
Jesus. I don't remember that. Was that? I'm trying to even remember. I know there was the huge, like, underground fight. I don't remember the crater, though.
What is it, Torgal?
We are not alone.
Clive.
Oh shit. Yep. Big truths. Let's get it.
He's the only one who can tell me what happened. I have to know.
I want to know too. Shit, why are you alive?
Where is he?
Nowhere to be seen.
Damn it! He's like a bloody eel.
What is this place, anyway? Some sort of shrine?
Joshua Wheel.
Sorry, you've never been here before. This is the Hall of the Gate.
The gate?
It's a relic of the Fallen. Only the Phoenix's dominant can open it.
Hence the castle's name. This was where Joshua was supposed to...
Yes. He would have stepped through this door the next morning and listened to the words of our ancestors.
Would you have gone with him?
No. The apodatory is holy ground. None but the dominant may enter. I and the other shields would have stood guard here and prayed for my brother's safe return. Where the hell did he go?
Perhaps he went inside.
He couldn't have. He'd need the power of the Phoenix.
Yeah? Is our little bit of Phoenix power enough? Fancy door.
Thank you, Joshua.
Are you sure about this?
Nevermore.
I do really hope we do come across the Tonberry at some point. Ooh, okay.
Another
the
gate.
Lighting.
Let's see if this one opens. Could this place really be a fallen ruin?
You could hardly call it a ruin. It's perfect. Like it was built yesterday.
Now, we didn't go down that far beneath ground level. How the... All right.
Have you ever seen anything like this? Jill?
Oh. Elevator fight? Let's go.
What do we do?
The usual.
Fallen bug? I mean... I guess. Hey, Neptune. Oh,
more trouble.
Look at this fallen hunter. His fucking lightsaber. Ah. There we go. Get fucked. That's what I was waiting on. I was like, shoot me again. You won't.
How can these things still function?
How can any of this? This must be what the fallen ruins were like before they fell.
Past civilization of the future. I mean, it does seem like that because when we were introduced with the fallen ruins with the hideout, they're like, yeah, we can't break this shit. It does degrade over time, so it erodes, but they can't break it. Defense node. Interesting name. There was a bit when we came across, I forget which town. The fallen ruins looked exactly like pieces of Dalamud for the coils of Bahamut in 14, and now there are defense nodes inside it. There's a red star in the sky. Big boy? Fallen Guardian.
Take a beating.
Then let's give it one.
Oh, way too early, I guess. Big sword, huh? Oh, okay. Get on the ground. None of that.
Too slow.
There we go. Ah. They all comboed into each other. Get down.
Does any of this make sense to you?
None.
Nope.
Let's find the hooded man and leave.
Favor of wind. Oh, okay, gouge, which I'm not huge on. What is the increase? Here we go. 15% on gouge. That's cool and all. When the Phoenix ritual is done normally, is the ruin that is defensive, or is this mad because Clive brought 2 non-Phoenix dudes inside of them? I don't know. I mean, they said they sit outside and pray for a safe return, so maybe it is a sort of trial. But I couldn't see Joshua doing any of this. We got to play as baby Joshua for a bit, you know, in the demo, and I couldn't see him doing this. Hello, Evie. Bop.
Hell are they?
Whatever they are, I don't think they're friendly.
Oh, I like how they came to life.
Not this time.
All right, I gotta test it. I'm hitting them with oh, there it is. It does damage to them, so they're not immune to it. Huh. But they do blow up, of course. Plot-wise, you haven't missed a whole lot, Evie. We got new clothes for Clive. We look really, really cool.
Would Joshua have had to run this gauntlet too?
Oh, hey, Jill.
At least not that I ever heard about.
Well, there's the answer for
Phoenix
us.
would receive a warmer welcome.
It does seem like we are being treated as intruders, and that is why. Okay. But we are currently in the Phoenix ruins, and we have found the hooded person, and we are behind a door
Here we go again.
that
Where will we
only
end up
the
this
Phoenix
time?
dominant should be able to
Surrounded by
open.
contraptions hell-bent on murdering us, I expect. Could the hooded man really have taken this path?
We won't know until we've followed it all the way to the end. Come on, let's keep looking.
Have time to speak to the bot to pick up what I missed last night. When did you leave? So you missed the Ifrit Awakening, Garuda in full force, and then the big one being Joshua's not dead.
Too slow.
We saw Ramu come out though. That was sick. Ow. God, I don't know. I am too early on like everything here. New enemies approaching. I was like, where? And I was like, it's smacked in the face.
A little help.
Spin. Pull him down. Full stagger. Okay. God damn. Does Torgal get new abilities over time too? I don't think so. Torgal gets stronger. I'm not sure how. Like there's a pedigree level and a normal attack, lifting attack meter, but like as far as how any of this works, I don't know.
That's enough.
Spin.
Look out! There's more of them.
They'll fall like the rest.
Oh, get out of that. Okay.
It's over.
$22. I'm doing on ability point. Will of Wind, Rook's... Oh, something else for Rook's Gambit? So we have Breath of the Wind. Will of the Wind, increase Rook Gambit damage by 10%. No, I'll keep the damage on Scarlet Cyclone. And then... that. Got 300... Well, let's go ahead and finish mastering this whole basic circle. Why not? Something big. Very big.
I don't like this.
Hello.
Seems the feeling's mutual.
Iron Giant. That Hitman. Oh, okay. Electric Stomp. I still occasionally finding myself trying to dodge with circle. Ooh, okay. Too early.
That'll help.
What? This is new.
Not for long, it isn't. With me.
Okay.
There. It's down.
This is our chance.
All right. Oh, God, way too early. Pull him down.
Flames to me. Not this time.
Can I push? Hey, all right. I was like, do I need to dodge? Can I push the HP bar? That was a dismantled specifically. All right. Fallen Iron. Sick. All right.
It's done.
What are these creatures?
I can maybe tell you. Well, oh, actually, yeah. Echoes. Lady, thank you. The 6 year, the 72 months. Thank you, lady. Happy 16th day to you too. Hope you're doing all right. I very much appreciate it. Strange clockwork constructs often encountered in fallen ruins. The question of whether or not they are truly alive is open to debate, as they do not appear to require water, nor do they feed on the flesh of their victims as beasts do, and seemingly exist solely to protect their habitat from intruders. All echoes are encased in protective plating that is made from the same material as the ruins and thus cannot be destroyed, though repeated blows will cause individual plates to dislodge, eventually causing the entire construct to collapse on itself.
Do they keep attacking us?
They're probably asking themselves the same thing. We're the ones trespassing here. They're just protecting their home. Jill, look.
Is that some kind of mural?
It's worth a closer look, whatever it is.
There's tons of items in here. That's kind of scary. Wicked Wheel. %10 damage on Wicked Wheel. Which is the Garuda spin to win. %. I'll still keep one for Phoenix. This is like another arena, though. We got Void
Right
Scent
then.
now too? What is it? Yeah, I was like, all right, what? A lich. Oh, none of those are on. Okay. Thresh.
A little help.
Okay, that lasted way longer than I expected it to. I was like, all right, it's probably over now. It was not. Yeah.
What the hell was that thing? It wasn't like the others.
It would seem this place holds even more secrets than we thought.
The front door is open, but the back did not. closed behind me. Okay.
Look out!
Wraith?
Stay down! It's over. You lose.
So what is this?
Lights.
Well, that did something.
Yeah, it did. Presumably that's why 2 doors. We gotta activate both sides. Something will happen. All right, all right. Spectre.
You're finished.
Okay. I see. I was like, why am I still having issues with Magic Burst? There's a buffer in the game. If I double tap attack and then hit fire, nothing comes out. If I single tap, Magic Burst. I guess if I'm fast enough, I can still double tap. But it's a buffer stopping me from Magic Bursting.
What have we here?
Another fallen wonder.
Gonna build a bridge to that door over there.
So, it isn't a dead end after all.
Apparently not.
Okay, but it's a giant orb. And whatever that is.
It all seems to lead to this room.
And look
Oh,
what's
this-
in it.
A potion. Look what's in it, yeah.
How old do you suppose this is? 1,000 years? More?
I don't know. I've never seen anything like it before.
Who is that in the middle, do you think? Some sort of god?
What?
You're him. The second dominant of fire. Who are you?
What do you mean? Oh, where the fuck are we now?
I'm back.
Joshua!
Oh, we're in the crater. The finishing blow made that crater. I see.
Please! Stop!
I did this. I killed him. Joshua chose me to be his shield. He gave me his blessing and asked me to keep him safe. I should have protected him that day. It was my duty.
Clive.
Joshua. I'm sorry. I failed you. Joshua died. I killed him. And I blamed another for what I did. To spare myself the guilt. I feared that by accepting it, I would lose what little was left of me. So I ran. From everything. And now? Are you ready to accept the truth? I am. I know it won't be easy, but it's what I must do. So that Joshua's soul can finally rest in peace.
I was gonna say, well, you have no motivation, so what do you mean you killed them? But now I'm remembering, if you prime and lose control, that ain't you anymore. That's Ifrit's body.
No matter how bitter the truth that awaits me, I will press on.
Come, Ifrit. Show me who you truly are.
All right. I don't even think those are reaching. Ah.
Not this time.
Nowhere close. I was like, I got the dodge, but I tried to escape him by jumping up. I don't think it worked. Clearly.
Too slow.
Okay, now what's... Oh. I was like, and now he will try.
Still you deny it. Even when the truth's staring right at you. Come on, Clive. Face your fears.
I do like this because it's all happening in his brain. None of this is real.
Not this time.
You got missiles? God damn it. Okay, this fucking spammy bitch. Stop it. Okay. Hey, there's Dante, white hair. We found him.
Would have me learn by example.
Ow. Wait, is this how we unlock Limit Break?
Too slow.
circle instead of... Man. Hey, there we go. Hey, what you doing? There's a vacuum on this move. I don't know what to do about it. Jesus Christ. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Not this time.
This might actually be the first one I lose. Got the frame trapping. I can't see anything. I was like, come on, I see your stagger meter. Like, well, Atomic Ray was its own thing. That was the first and only time we've seen something like that. So I'd expect it to be the same if it was.
It's all right. I'm done running from you. Together, then. It's time to find out who we are. Once
Okay,
and for
barely
all.
saw. Hey, limit break, let's go. Accept the truth. Pull my devil trigger.
Show yourself, Ifrit.
I know this heals me like actual devil trigger too. So this is encore time. No, that's what I was saying. That this is on our brain. This is a metaphor, a little bit.
Enough. I know the truth of it now. You are not afraid. I am.
let's go. Oh, let's go. Wait. So the hooded kid is actually Joshua, but we are also in PTSD City. No, 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 no. Okay. I don't know if you can hear it through my mic. The storm that I mentioned at the start of the stream is here. So lightning struck and hit my capture card. If I double tap, is that how I get a clip? Yeah. I just continued spamming square. I was like, please, please. Fire shard. Jesus Christ. I know that one came through. I saw that on OBS. Oh. As long as we keep power, that's all I care about. You be as loud as you want. We can hear frantic button mashing only, yeah. Born to wield limitless power.
Clive, are you all right?
Jill. It's nothing. I'll be fine.
And back like nothing happened, yep. It's adding to the atmosphere.
No more chasing shadows. The hooded man isn't here. We should go.
Yeah, no more chasing shadows. Yeah, there we go.
Clive, are you sure you're all right? Whatever it is, you can tell me.
I had a hard enough time telling myself. I awakened as a dominant of fire, right here in this castle, and I've been running from it ever since. But now I know for certain who I really am. The second icon of fire, who killed my brother and burned this castle to the ground, was me. Ifrit.
Clive.
I took so many lives that night, and destroyed so many more, including yours. And I must atone for the crimes I've committed. But not before I learn the whole truth. How can a second icon of fire even exist? And why was I chosen as its dominant? Who is the hooded man who brought us here? I need to know. And since I'm still breathing, I might as well make myself useful.
We'll find your answers together. I want to learn the truth too. There'll be time enough for atonement when we're done.
I was hoping you'd say that. I don't think I could do this without you. You never were one to hide from the truth, even when we were young. And you haven't changed a bit.
You're wrong. I have changed. But I don't want to be that person anymore. The things she did were unforgivable. And yet, they're what brought us back together.
Thank you, Jill.
You know, at some point, we gotta get a... There he is.
If he is here, then the disturbance I felt at the care must have been confounded. The hour is later than I thought.
What I was gonna say is, at some point, we gotta get a juice box full of Shiva. So, like, is it gonna be willing, or are we gonna fight?
Tell me, who did this, or I'll see you suffer the same fate.
The man who delivered the coffer said, he said Sid paid him.
Well, what did Sid do?
I let you run amok with the rest of your rats, and this is how you repay me? Find out where he is. I'll crush him, flay him, rip out his heart, him and all his filthy brood, and send every last one of them to hell. Out. Now!
Yes, yes, my lord.
Well, damn, okay. I don't think, considering Sid mourned Benedicta, I really doubt he would send her head in a box. But it might be proof of Benedicta's death.
Benedicta.
Yeah. I don't know what the proof was, but it is proof of Benedicta's death. I would really get treated before her. Wait, what do you mean? Or her death? She was good. I liked her. Ifrit Awoken. 5 has gained control of the icon Ifrit, allowing access to new iconic abilities such as Ignition, a fiery lunge that drives back enemies while dealing continuous damage, as well as unlocking the limit break gauge. Slots for Ifrit's abilities are shared with those of the Phoenix and can be confirmed via the abilities via the main tab. Oh, I was like, why did, yeah. That did happen, yes. Limb break gauge is located beneath Clive's HP bar. The gauge fills in battle both by taking damage and successfully performing offensive and defensive maneuvers. Semi-priming temporarily grants increased attack potency and speed, gradual HP regeneration, and guard-breaking strides.
So, what next?
We return to Eastpool. I promised the mayor I'd talk to him again. About Lady Hannah, amongst other things. Though she may be loath to leave, I can't help thinking she'd be safer with Sid too.
All right. We should arrange an introduction then.
I did see one thing when I was making, looking up like different pictures for thumbnail stuff, to see if there were any good pictures of Benedicta before I just opened up the VOD and grabbed on myself. There was like a weird article that was just like Final Fantasy treats women poorly or something. It was one. I think it wasn't Kotaku, but it was another one of those inflammatory journalist assholes, you know. I was like, okay, yeah, sure. I don't know. The world in this game is really fucked up. It's really dark shit, right? Like there's been multiple talk alluding to and almost showing in that case. Like assault. Like honestly, I know Twitch, this like mature rated video game warning that Twitch added is strange, but in this case, there's a lot darker than I expected it to be. One shot, I'll be a villain. Yeah, I don't. It was the whole thing. I don't. People are gonna cry one way or another, right? I'm not dealing with that shit. Why'd you growl? Where'd you go?
What is it?
Nothing good, I'll wager. Come on.
Yeah, I'm assuming they do that for like all M-rated games. Like I'm sure it's not just this game. It just happened to pop up when I switched category to this game. Oh wait, I wanted to open this. In the middle, huh? Okay. Oh. Wait. So... Oh, interesting. Ifrit is a passive. Okay. What does upgrading limit break do? Adds a second limit break gauge. Mastery adds a third limit break gauge. Okay. Hey, Jeremiah. As the old rated M. No, not even close. But it's just something they've like this wasn't a common thing. Twitch only just recently did this. Like within the last day or two. Summon a storm of fireballs to circle around Clive, absorbing damage, damaging nearby targets and absorbing damage. For him to play, understandable. Very understandable. Attack while charging. So is this... Hold on, if I learn this... If I can't put Ifrit Now can I put that? No, it's attached to Phoenix, but I equip it. Okay. Okay, sick. And 381 Summon a Storm. So this one's also gonna be something I gotta equip, which I don't know that I want. What is widens area of effect and increases potency for upgrading, and mastery allows assignment to any icon where it's okay. I see.
What happened here?
Well, I guess we're not coming back for Grandpa. Grandpa's probably fucking dead.
You'll pay for this.
We've got a live one.
Ooh.
Answer me.
It's kind of like a grapple, and I can steer it. It's kind of slow to come out.
No survivors.
Who would order such a thing?
Oh wait, I grabbed. What? Okay, it's not just one target. Oh, Murdoch's wife, yeah, she was so nice.
Thought you could escape us, did you, Branded? You were born a slave, and you'll die one.
Kill all the ducal dogs!
Ducal dogs? They were innocent people!
Empire will never fall.
I see a caster over here. Nah.
Stay down.
To the sword! There or no!
All right. Too much flying shit. Get down here.
That's enough.
Oh, that was Jill. I was like, someone's casting in my face? No, no, no.
All must burn! The bearers and those who sheltered them. By Empress Annibella's command!
Bro attached.
My mother ordered this.
Of course she did. She's a piece of shit.
Clive.
I know. You can wait.
Oh. Oh, that's what that does. Okay.
Not much more of it.
I was like, please get up before he attacks you again. Swings, getting like the Elden Ring effect. They're too slow. When I try to dodge, it's wrong every time. Well, the hammer with the axes just like stitched to it. It was wild. Oh, there she is, Rip.
I'm sorry, Lady Hannah. You deserved so much better. All of these people did. Better than my mother.
We're too late. Gav. Clive. Acting on the orders of the Duchess, eh? We knew Eastpool was harbouring bearers. Thought they were safe enough hidden up here, but someone must have let slip. If they'd have only come to us sooner, none of this would have had to happen. Fuck!
My mother always did despise bearers. The way Father embraced them when the other nations spat on them as slaves. The way an accident of birth gave them a power that others lacked.
But why kill everyone? They meant no harm. They just wanted to be free.
This world judges that a crime punishable by death.
Yeah.
Which is why we're going to change it. Gav, we want to help.
Thought you'd got your own stuff to be getting on with.
We do. But it can wait.
In that case, we should head back and tell Sid you've had a change of heart. He was always on it yet to join us.
All right.
And we'd best be quick. Last I heard, he was planning another excursion.
What about the villagers?
Aye. Can I leave yous lot to take care of things here?
Of course. We'll make sure they get a proper burial.
Thank you. All of you.
Are they all? I think.
When you're ready, then.
Okay. Have a good night, Ivani. Thanks for popping in. Hey, every time they use the Final Fantasy arpeggio, it's like, oh, I love that.
Now, rats, lead me to your nest. Lord Kupka has a message for your leader. If only he knew where to send it.
I was like, yeah, the hairline on this guy. Righting wrong.
To Sid Solar, then. We have a lot to discuss.
Nothing else. Maybe it'll upgrade afterwards. Like, really? None of the shops, not even the blacksmith, has something new to make? Okay.
I heard Otto barking at his lot earlier.
Assuming this, yeah. It's just like, hey, there's new stages for you to do in arcade mode.
Don't mind me. Just taking a quick...
This place is getting more crowded by the day.
I tell myself the bustle's a blessing. There'll be time enough for quiet contemplation when I'm dead. So, did you find the answers you were looking for?
I still don't know what to make of this gift, curse, or whatever it is I've been given. But there is one thing I can say for certain. I am a dominant, Ifrit. And there is nothing I can do to change that. It is a burden I must bear until my dying day.
Spoken true. Forgiveness and in turn salvation can only begin with acceptance. It's a path we all must walk, no matter how colourful our histories.
Sid, you once told me that you wanted to build a place where people could die on their own terms.
I did.
I've been thinking about that. Why not a place where people can live on their own terms? For 13 years, killing was all I knew. So obsessed with death that I never stopped to consider the lives of those around me. Lives that I see now were scarcely worth living. Be they bearers or beggars, most march blindly to their end, never realizing that they too deserve a choice. And I dare not turn a blind eye to their suffering any longer.
So, atonement then, is it?
That was the answer we found.
The only one we need.
I'll be expecting you both to pull your weight.
And we will.
Well then, with a sprinkle of fire and ice, this plan of mine might just work.
What trouble are you looking to get yourself into now?
The music.
The best kind. We're going to sneak into the Imperial capital and pay a visit to Mother.
Yeah, I'm sure nothing will go wrong. Ooh. Oriflame? The Holy Empire of Sambrek. The White Worm Lair.
And the last of our farmholds in the eastern provinces has succumbed to the blight.
Without their yield, we'll be hard-pressed to fill the capital's granaries before winter.
If there is a capital by then, the black creeps closer as we speak.
And yet you do naught but bawl and bluster.
Your Radiance?
If it is fertile land the Empire acquires, we need but look south.
If you mean the crystalline Dominion's holdings, we are bound by mutual accord. Theirs is a neutral state whose borders we are sworn to respect.
Gentlemen, did we swear to see our people starve?
Well, I really do think that...
The gates of Oriflamme buckle at the flood of those come seeking refuge from the Blight. If there is not grain enough to feed those within our walls, how, pray tell, will we feed those without? But instead of setting your minds to riddles such as these, you lock horns with an enemy from across the sea, sending our soldiers to the slaughter in their thousands. The Empire bleeds, and you sit here prattling like crones in a tea house. And you fancy yourselves leaders of men. Sandbreck is naught without her citizens. We are but their servants. If their land is being wrested away, it is our duty to claim new lands for them.
Your Radiance! You cannot mean a war of conquest.
That is exactly what I mean. It is time we expanded our dominion. This is the will of great Grieger.
There will be uproar. Then we must find a way to distract.
It's not conquest if it's secretly a crusade.
What of our legions? Shall we raise
Got
the
'em.
furs? Well, someone will have to contend with the Dalnex.
I will not keep you. You all have much to do. Where is my son?
The Lord Prince is currently garrisoned at the Strait of Orther. If it please you, I can send word requesting his immediate return to the Holy Capital.
That won't be necessary. Tell him instead to see to his wounds. Bahamut's strength will be needed again soon.
As you command.
Gregor awakening when they mentioned Gregor.
I must have misheard. You mean to tell me that the mother crystals are the reason the world is dying? Are you mad?
I have been called that on occasion, but no, not today. We've all seen it firsthand. Empty wastes where once were green meadows. Land drained so dry of its ether, not even the rats remained. But where was it all going? I spent years searching for an answer, until I saw it standing right in front of me. There, in the self-same crystals we look to for their so-called blessing. All right, listen. Take this crystal. How does it allow us to conjure magics? Answer, by drawing ambient ether from the air. And where do these crystals come from?
That's easy. They're mined from the mother crystals.
They're one and the same. Although admittedly this here fits more easily in the pocket.
But the mother crystals are massive. Some as large as mountains.
So you see the problem. Imagine just how much ether can be drawn by something that size. As to where it's all going, mind, well, I can't know everything, can I?
We are taught that the mother crystals are divine. Their ether a gift from the heavens. For centuries, nations have fought and fallen for want of that gift. If what you say is true, how did no one else see it?
Who says they didn't? Maybe the truth was inconvenient.
Inconvenient to whom, exactly?
The higher-ups? The gods themselves?
So now you want to do something about the crystals? And what? We're not helping bearers and dominants anymore.
I didn't say that. I made a promise and I intend to keep it. But if we continue down this path, there's only one fate that awaits the realm. And we can't very well set our people free if they're all lying dead in a blighted ditch. Not if we want to create a place where they can live on their own terms anyway. Sort of defeats the purpose. So, if we have to bring the old world crashing down in order to build us a new one, what say you? Are you with me?
Bam, just stabbed a crystal. Okay.
I suppose it's about time I repaid your faith.
You could have just said aye. But it's nice to have you aboard all the same.
All right,
What have I got
all right.
myself into? I'm going to need more than a few potions for this.
Yeah, I used a lot. Yeah, I definitely think we're gonna end up fighting Bahamut Boy. I don't know about him being an ally, but we'll see. Him being the son and not the leader at least gives potential that he's not completely corrupt. But the cutscene we had of him versus Odin, what is this? Oh, we just came here. I can't see shit. He seems pretty full of himself.
Don't mind me. Just taking a quick break.
All right, what's going on down here? I really want a side quest from the Moogle, more than like anything else. I want the Moogle to give me a
Lost
quest.
a letter. Nothing too important, I hope.
Not just a letter. I lost everything. There's a hole in my damn pack, and fool that I am, I didn't bloody notice.
It can't be that bad, surely.
How could it be any worse? I'm a courier.
Oh.
I carry things.
He
I
lost
can't
all
do
the
my
letters.
job, nothing, that's what. Worst of all, that letter I lost, it was for Sid.
We have
The
not
letter he's
seen
been
Odin's
waiting on
dominant.
for days.
Maybe if you retrace
Though
your
I do
steps.
have an idea of who it could
Scour
be.
storm from coast to coast if I could, but there are curse breakers in the field, counting on my arrival. No, I'll just have to own up to Otto and Sid. They're gonna skin me alive.
He'll be in trouble if I don't help him. Yeah.
Look.
Are you serious?
It sounds like the hideaway could use.
Gotan's bales, perhaps? If you can find it, and if you can...
If it's
I,
that.
yeah.
I trust you can find your...
I'm
sure
thinking
he
it could be Barnabas, because I initially thought he might be Bahamut. He's clearly not.
The letter won't last very long out in the elements. I should make for Sambrek as soon as.
And they said he has like as intimidating. I feel like intimidation, and especially if Odin is dark elemented in this.
I heard Otto barking at his lot earlier.
It all kind of goes together.
He's never this late. Where are you, Randall?
Is everything all right?
Forgive me, young man. I'm worried about my friend.
Why leave the safety of the hideaway?
For coin. The hideaway can't survive on goodwill alone. And though Karen does what she can, her coffers aren't bottomless. Wait. You were a soldier?
I was.
Then I asked.
Okay.
I'll do what I can.
Oh,
what can you tell me?
His name is Randall, and I suspect you'll find him in Lostwing. He's been working for Quinton, the tavern keeper.
I'll speak to him.
Safe travels, my...
Okay. Speaking of, there was something I wanted to check at the encyclopedia guy, but we weren't here, and I don't remember what it was. We'll talk to him though. Get our
Good day.
our reading level increase or whatever. An extant encyclopedia.
I believe you will find most interesting.
The Continental Accord and the Founder. National pact made at the dawn of the present era, in which such matters as the treatment of bearers and the establishment of a realm-wide currency were laid out. It formed the basis of much of Valisthian society as it stands today, including the branding of bearers and their status as non-person. It also put in place a universal calendar, making a symbolic fresh start for mankind, albeit one which put magic users at a crippling disadvantage. Oh, I wanted to check, so bearer. So they are marked with a brand upon their cheek and used as tools. A cheaper alternative to the scarce and precious shards. They're worth less than just the magic crystals themselves. System of slavery has persisted. Mark on their cheek leads some to call them by the pejorative moniker branded. Though their powers do not begin to approach those of the almighty dominance, they too suffer from the crystal's curse, gradually turning to stone over a lifetime of channeling ether for others. Yeah, but it doesn't say like specifically, you know, we're talking about the brand. Specifically last time, branded soldier. They're forced to fight. The brand upon a soldier's cheek presenting an additional obstacle. And so most follow, to stimulate the urge to flee, the penalty for desertion is death. And soldiers are encouraged to keep a close watch on each other to prevent others from doing so. And losing your life to the curse is a hero's death, huh? The gross ice cube crystal we got for that guy was technically worth more than Clive. Yeah, I guess so. The Founder? What is... This is like a story.
If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
I was curious about... the people with the scars on their face. If it... Do you have a scar on your face? No, you just got rosy cheeks. Okay, as far as people with scars on their face, we only have one entry for them. And Tarius doesn't mention her scar at all. The one we most recently talked to, though, it was like pretty much specifically in the shape of the brand all the way down to his neck. I'm pretty sure that's what this is.
Did you learn everything you needed?
Do you need any help, Miss Molly?
Let's go to the Black Hammer first. Oh, we should be able to make an Ifrit weapon? Hello. Careful you don't set that breath alight. I mean, he is drinking like gasoline. So you know what? You got a good point.
What's that for you, dear?
Flame tongue. Oh. Okay, so it's like, what's the point of making Stormcry? It's such a special weapon, and then it was immediately like one-upped by like a pretty normal sword. Flame Tongue needs Stormcry to be made. So we're building
If I do say so myself.
up with different icon weapons. and go out in the light. Looks neat, I think. Yeah.
So what God's forsaken corner of the realm is Sid dragging you off to this time?
Oriflamme.
The Holy Capital. And what business would you lot having? On second thoughts, I don't want to know.
Anything here I really... Oh. Heat wave cooldown. Lionheart tonic. Gradually fills limit break gauge for 30 seconds. Okay, okay.
You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Don't have any valuables. Okay. I can sell Invictus. Interesting. For being such a fancy sword. Only 1,000 gil, huh? Not even... It's worth barely more than a goblin coin. I'll sell this, though.
I reckon I can find a buyer. You got out else? I reckon I can find a buyer. Speaking of Oriflamme, I hear the trading routes leading south have seen more than double the usual traffic. If you ask me, summat foul's brewing. And it ain't tires borbile tea.
Borbile tea?
Just go and see Otto, will you?
All right.
All right, Otto over here.
Do you need any help?
Take a seat, Clive.
I'll fetch you a bowl. So you're really going through with it? Sid's been talking about bringing down a mother crystal since I've known it. But that's all it's ever been. Talk.
He's convinced it's the right thing to do. We'll be leaving for the capital shortly.
Well, you couldn't have picked a better moment. Seems the hiding the royalists gave him wasn't enough to dampen old Sylvester's spirits. His legions are on the march again. This time, due south.
Another war.
All as the great Grieger wills it. Bloodthirsty little miss, that one. That's God's for you, innit? Still, might work to our advantage on this occasion. Wars breed chaos. On the front lines, and at home. With a fair wind behind them, a handful of like-minded ne'er-do-wells could melt into the back alleys of Oriflamme. No trouble. It's making it to the capital that's the problem.
The checkpoint.
That's right. Anyone travelling in or out of Oriflamme has to go through Northreach. Lucky for you, I might just know of a way.
This?
Well, no, not that. That gets you an audience with the Dame. And it's the Dame who'll see you safely through Northreach. I'll send a Stolas in the morning. Let her know you're coming. We go way back. And she's a true friend of the cause. I'm sure you'll get on like a house on fire.
That's good of you, but... who is this Dame, and where will I find her?
She's the proud proprietress of Northreach's foremost house of ill repute. The Vale. And she's quite a woman, if you know what I mean.
A woman. Right.
Don't go blinding her with your charm now, lad. I'll be expecting a full report when you get back.
This fucking guy, Jesus. Alliant reports? What? Iron Talon sounds like a fantastic item I never use. Well, the fact that I can just buy more. I don't know if I'll ever use it just because I need to actually equip it to use it. Alliant reports are now available for viewing by speaking to Gott at the Alliant report counter. These reports, compiled by the Curse Breakers, contain information on quests currently available across Philistia.
I suppose that's everything. Now to find Gav.
Oh, you're the new lad, aren't you? Goats at your service.
Goats.
Well, at the hideaway
So we got
service,
goots
anyway.
and we got goats.
Otto's put me in charge of reading through the reports sent in by our allies and picking out any
All right.
problems that might warrant the attention of the curse breakers. Or any other willing volunteers. And there's no shortage of problems, I can tell you. Or maybe I don't have
The
to.
snort.
I'll warrant a strapping lad like you's got people begging him for help wherever you go. Anyway, if you're ever interested in taking a look over the list, just say the word. Reckon you could probably tick off the odd thing here and there. They say little acts of kindness are their own reward. But if that ain't enough, these have got proper bounties on them and all. Here you go.
Bounties. Use Goth's Alliant reports to not only find new quests around Valisthea, but also travel immediately to the obelisk waypoint nearest their location. Huh. Okay, so it's just a quest finder? Or are these only ones I can get here? Like, if I were to warp here manually, would they be there?
Seen enough?
I'm curious. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's just like a quest finder. Okay. Because I can go there manually. They still show up on the world map and all. All right. What do we speak to Gav?
Well, 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 someone's in a hurry.
Just following orders.
Funny, I never took you for the type.
Can't all be as obedient as you, Gav.
Eh?
Fine day for a little mischief, wouldn't you say?
Is this all of us?
Actually, Gav won't be coming.
Just the three of us, then?
Drake's Head is the keystone of the Empire. Oriflamme's in chaos, yes, but that doesn't mean we can march an army through her gates. The fewer our numbers, the better our chances of going unnoticed. And should that plan fail, well, we have our icons to fall back on.
Sid, I don't know if I can. Ifrit still seems to come and go as he pleases.
Ordinarily, priming an icon comes naturally to a dominance. But then, you are no ordinary dominance.
Well, he's still got the blessing of the Phoenix, doesn't he?
Not to mention what he sucked out of Garuda. And did I ever tell you about how he was once the greatest shield in Rosaria? You know, I reckon he could probably cut us a path out of the capital on his own if need be.
Let's try not to find out.
We're less likely to be spotted if we travel separately. I'll meet you in Northreach in a few days. You two behave now.
Sid is great. Okay, so there are things over there. Let's go the opposite way first, I suppose. This Sid is so good, yeah.
The tavern. It's done for. I've
Hello.
seen your face before.
Help you with what?
Bandits in the Golden Stables. Their weight when I saw what was happening.
I got him.
All right.
Thank you.
How many were there?
I was out of the door too fast to count. They looked a nasty bunch, though. Be careful in there, all right?
Or is it the feet people again?
Ha! Golden Stable's my ass. All Martha's hiding back here is coppers.
Nah, just bandits.
Oh, that's a fine sword, friend. Heavy, though, I expect. What say we relieve you of it? Get him, lads. I want that blade.
Let's get this over with.
Uninvited guest. Never mind the fact that we're doing this inside. Oh my god. Your tables. I'm so sorry.
It's over.
They gave 8 experience. Okay.
I'll be keeping my blade, thank you.
There he is, the hero of the Golden Stables.
People will think twice about pushing us around again, thanks to you. No good cowards wouldn't have dared set foot in the place if I'd been here, of course.
But you weren't. I thought you told me you had someone watching the place.
The Blood Axes keep an eye on the tavern, yeah. When they're not busy keeping the peace, that is. I've spread them as thin as they'll go.
You're penalized
The
for
Empire might be
every
in
single thing you
charge,
break.
But that don't mean they care to keep us safe. If it weren't for the Blood Axes and me, merchants won't come near these lands for fear of what might happen to them.
I see. Then you do Rosaria a great service.
Just as you did today. You're a useful man to have around.
And there'll be a mug of something tasty waiting for you whenever you next stop by.
Right, we've got work to do to make this place presentable. You best be going before I arm you with a mop.
To be honest, we deserve to be to be asked to help, right? It was just like, I know you killed those guys, but like, look at what you did.
There he is, the man of the hour. You're the one who saw off the bandits, aren't you? Martha was singing your praises. Takes a brave man to march into danger out of the goodness of his heart. You have my respect.
A Rosarian salute.
Oh, what is it they say? Old habits die hard. I trust you won't be reporting me to the Viceroy. If we'd had a few more like you about, perhaps the Rosfields might still... Listen to me rambling on.
Damn.
Thank you again,
All right.
and take care of yourself.
All right. So that was a quick and easy one. We'll pop in here. Curtis' ability to blow all the debris out and call it even.
We're meeting in Northreach. But will I find Sid and Jill before this dame finds me? The courier said his path might have split while he was passing through the bales. I better keep my eyes open.
Oh. Oh, there's the... Okay, the mailman. Like Tulin, yep.
Looks like I'm in the right area.
You hit A, Tulin's like, oh, did you ask for me? I got you. And then you lose everything.
More of the lost supplies. I doubt he could have fit much more in his pack. Still no sign of Sid. Letter though. We've come this far. Might as well ask around.
Speak with a yard hands. Oh, this way? Yeah. Oh, there's a person.
A little overdressed to be picking grapes, aren't you?
I'm looking for a letter someone dropped nearby.
Can't say I have, sorry.
Well, if...
Wait, I did pass a dog with something in its mouth a little while back. No idea if it was your letter, but...
Which way did it go?
Towards Lost Wing?
To the village, then.
All right. We'll warp over there.
Ah, you're Sid's man. If I couldn't trouble you for some assistance, could I?
That depends.
Some new bearers from Oriflamme just arrived, and it cost Master Quentin a pretty penny. Man must have been a bloody tyrant. Can't get a peep out of them, try as I might.
They're probably terrified of you.
You're probably right. Dare say it'd take a bearer like yourself to open them up. So, will you have a word with them? Help them settle in?
I can try.
That'll do me. Tell them they're safe, and that if they need anything, they just have to ask.
I'll let them know.
Appreciate it. They're sitting over there, taking a long overdue breather, looks like.
Now that makes sense. Be hard. Life of being abused, called worthless, and you're finally in a safe haven. Be hard to accept that it truly is safe.
So you're the new arrivals. Is there anything I can get you? You're safe here. They don't punish people like us for speaking our minds.
Truly. I'm hungry. My sister too, we're starving.
Wait here. I'll fetch you something from the tavern.
Thank you.
I won't be long. You stay here and rest.
Is the shop here updated by chance? No. Okay. Oh, let's take this way around.
Brother, did you see?
Back, are ya? Did Master Quentin summon you?
The shad's all salted and smoked.
A whole day on the line and they're still...
Give me that.
It seems we have our culprit. Sorry, boy. Someone's waiting for this. And he's waited long enough already. Hopefully this will keep our career out of trouble.
Somehow all in one piece, yeah.
But what'll we do for supper?
But how did the grocer know his daughter had been stealing?
I was like, oh boy, here we are. Darkness again.
Can I have another cup, Daddy?
I'll have 2 plates of whatever you're serving.
Sorry. We've enough mouths of our own to feed without tending to the wants of outsiders.
It's not for me. It's for some new arrivals.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't see the mark. So you're a comrade. Well, in that case, you may have whatever you require. Take all the bread and wine you want.
That's really all it takes. One look at the innkeeper's mark.
I was going to say, what do you mean you didn't see the
I do as
mark,
Master
but you're
Quentin
talking about
commands.
the seal from Quentin?
And Master Quentin commands that none of his favoured guests be left wanting. Well, don't keep our new comrades waiting. Take what you need and see that they eat their fill.
Bread and wine. Hopefully this will be enough.
Ah, if it isn't Sid's young protege.
I'm looking for a bearer called Randall. He was expected back at the hideaway some time ago.
Randall, you say? The porter. Yes, I know him. Though thinking about it, he should probably have been back by now.
I'll go and look for him.
He was to meet an associate of mine to the south of here, on Lop. I do hope nothing's...
Don't tell me. Turnips for supper.
Brother, did you see? That bearer spoke to a monster.
Turnip. All right. Man's upset.
Yeah. Bread and wine from the tavern.
May we? Truly?
I was skimming through the VOD, especially of the darker spots. Why do they get all up in the mic for these sounds?
Such plenty. Never in all my days.
Brother, this place is like a dream. We
It's
sat
still dark.
and
It's
no one shouted.
darker
We
for
ate
me because I have a
and
light behind
more
my screen.
was
So I was wondering how much it was
I know.
affecting it quite a
Can't
lot.
believe it.
You're free now. And the next time you're hungry, you need only ask to be fed.
Thank you for everything. Thank you.
What happens to us now?
Can I... Dying on the Vine is that a great quest?
Nothing bad.
But yeah, in general, any place that's not dark has been significantly more enjoyable. Like, oh, okay, I didn't even know. I was like, where am I even walking?
Master Quinton will never forgive me for... I want no trouble. Wait, that's... Ah, glory. If you're a friend of Master Quinton's, then perhaps you'll help me. His vineyard, Lostwing's pride and joy, has been beset by a plague of giant wasps.
And you need
Great.
someone to solve your pest problem.
I do indeed. I suppose the smell's got 'em worked up. And look, I tried chasing if I don't bring...
I got you.
You look like you can handle... Please.
All right.
Oh, thank you. You...
The side quests being quick and easy, I appreciate at the very least. But they are... So far, have not been very... engaging. Or really noteworthy. It's just like, oh, I gotta go kill some bees that are eating grapes.
That must be the vineyard. A few wasps shouldn't give me too much trouble.
I've heard there are, like, some important side quests.
Mistakes.
I don't know if they're marked differently or not, but
It's over.
they haven't been the worst thing. And I don't feel, currently, I don't feel completely consumed by them. It's not like, oh, you finished this area. Have 25 side quests. Oh, come here.
It's over.
Main story being so heavy, the side quests being more superficial. That's true.
You lose.
Looks like that was the last of them. I better let Quentin's man know.
A fang as a drop from a bee seems like the wrong body part. I don't know how many bees have fangs.
But how did the grocer know his daughter had been stealing?
Gotta wait for the lighting to adjust. There we go. I can see.
Those wasps went.
Bees are dead.
Our Gotan Rouge fetches a handsome price among the rich and the vineyards were Master Quentin's. Well, I'll see that he.
You guys make good wine. Got it. It's probably just to cut down on material bloat, right? Let's see. What is the fauna of Valisthea? Fangs to line their slavering maws. Yeah, I mean, it's fangs, but instead of making, bee mandibles, bee stingers, it's just everything's a fang. Fuck it. All right, and then this one. Looking for Randall. I think used to bite as a fang. Some nice, buffalo molars. No, that's a fang. Hello, let me pick this up. Are you Randall?
Are you all right?
The hanged man. We were attacked. Randall knew he didn't play the hero, but we're solid.
Where did this happen?
Further down the right, please.
I'll do what I can.
All right. Beastmen seems to be a fairly generic term so far. Like, I believe the goblins at the start were beastmen. I think there's more goblins.
Why am I not surprised?
But so was the Minotaur. There's a generic humanoid monster. All beastmen. Not the big swing. Hey. There was a fence there, damn it. I think that was the first purposeful parry I've done all game. Let's go. I'm happy it worked. All the others have been accidents. So I've been going for like the counters. I can do the counters, but the actual parries, not so much. Bone necklace. Inspect Randall's body. Oh, rip.
Sorry, Randall. Looks like I was too late. He doesn't deserve to rot by the roadside.
But how did the grocer know his daughter?
Wait, no, hold on. I heard stealing. I was like, oh, he's stealing. No, to see a lad. We got gossip. No, I'm too far away now. Run off to see boys. How dare she?
Ah, there you are. My man told me what happened, and I can't help but notice you're alone.
Yeah, he did.
Damn it.
He's not far from the South Gate.
Of course. I knew he was brave.
And you known him long?
A while.
Because it helped keep the hideaway afloat.
I'll tell Sid what happened here. I expect he'll be none too pleased to learn of Randall's fate, and I suppose you're none too happy either. For your trouble.
So very close to another level up. Return the missing item to Glenn. Oh, in the hideaway. It's like, what is the last thing we're holding on to? Oh, hit the wrong button. Pop back here real quick, turn that in, and then off to Sid we go. Yeah, meteorite is like one of our basic, well, I say basic. It's semi-rare materials. We found someone that sells them for like 1,000 gil a piece. But yeah, crafting materials.
Maybe I should just own up to it. Oh, there you are. I just got back to the hideaway and thankfully Otto hasn't seen me yet.
Found the things you dropped.
Oh yeah, it was the postman.
Only a little worse.
Here you go.
And all thanks to you. Losing those supplies is one thing, but if Sid had found out about that letter...
Is it about Cursebreaker business?
If only. It's from his daughter.
Oh.
She's off studying in Canver, and her letters are all that keeps Sid sane while she's away.
He never mentioned a daughter.
Yeah.
Well, he's a busy man. And thanks to you, he won't be wasting his time smiting careless couriers with levin bolts. So I'd say you did us both a service.
All right.
If there's anything you're wanting from Sid...
Okay. Storm, I believe, is fully passed too. Has not heard any rumblings outside for a while. So should
So now his daughter
Oh, here we
been
go.
stealing off to the vineyard to see the lad.
There were purple handprints all over her skirts.
Damn, they fucking in the grapes? That's crazy. Alright. Oh, interesting. Being back here and it's not full of wind elementals. Oh. Tasting water if they aren't careful. Oh no.
Sick of Torgal. Get him.
Torgal can finish the job. We have about 500 ability points. I wonder if it's anything. Upgrading ignition. What does the upgrade do? Widens the area of effect. I mean, finding out that I could kind of like grab a whole group of people as we zip around. I could upgrade. I've not upgraded Scarlet Phoenix at all, and I use it quite often. What is the other Garuda? Wicked Wheel. Nah, ignition. The fancy new one. 1,000 to master it. Okay. Damn, very wide open space. Okay. There's a shop out here? Ooh. I bet there's an orchestra on here that's worth a fortune.
Northry. The soldiers used to speak of a brothel. But that was north of the checkpoint. I hope the dame has friends in the south.
Nice little settlement.
A moment, my lady.
A moment? I doubt you could afford even that much of my time. Branded.
My mistake.
No, mine. Upon reflection, you don't have the scent of a branded about you. The flowers. Otto always did know how to please me. More than Sid ever did anyway. Do you think you could please me?
Sid is everywhere, man.
You're the dame.
Let us leave such impersonal titles to my less preferred clientele. You can call me Isabel. Otto assured me I could trust you. I can trust you, can't I?
You can trust me, yes, but why would you?
Help you? Because that's what we do. Long ago, Sid did me a kindness when no one else would. I have never forgotten that. Without it, I would not be where I am today. And so, I make it a point to do the same whenever possible. Which brings us here. To the final obstacle between you and whatever it is you seek in the holy capital. I fear the guards are not likely to let a masterless bearer pass unmolested. Unless... Unless, of course, his master deigned to appear. Yes, that will do nicely. But I shall expect a favor in return.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I was like, Clive doesn't... Based on his social cues with Jill, he's got nothing.
Are you gonna buy something?
Do you see anything you like?
Gaia Blade. Okay, so... Hey, here's another one. Sells meteorites. 1,000 apiece. Briar clam shells. Okay. Before the storm. 50 grand. I don't know. I would say we're still pretty early game, but like... Are we going to be rolling in money at a certain point? Because these Orchestrion rolls, I'm like never going to grab. They're so expensive.
I do like a customer who knows what he wants.
What the hell are you doing?
Tut tut. We cannot have people thinking I tolerate disobedience from my branded.
The men who gave me this are no more my masters than you are. But it's not as if I can hide it.
From the moment you acquired it, that brand has done naught but take. But today, it is going to give you exactly what you want. Just play along.
New Game Plus things?
Madame, back to the Vale already?
Maybe?
But of course, we must make ready to welcome you, my dear.
And who might this be?
Why, my new escort. The streets aren't safe for a girl, what with all the royalists about.
Well, don't work him too hard.
Well, that rather depends on you now, doesn't it? I'll see you all at sunset.
Oi, hold up. Another fucking branded. Oh, you're lucky you're with the dame. Now get out of my sight, filth.
That wasn't so bad.
Wasn't so bad. They might have recognized me.
But they didn't. And even if they had, they wouldn't have done anything about it. The gentlemen of the garrison are some of my best customers. We have an arrangement, as do you and I. Now, if you'd care to follow me, we can speak more at the Vale.
Doesn't seem like I have much of a choice.
Yeah, nah. You're stuck.
Well then, I suppose you'll need a little something to remember me by.
And I suppose I'll need to get my coin purse.
I love the banter. It's just random bullshit that you can stumble upon in the town.
And if anyone requests her company, tell them she is feeling unwell.
Madame, you look stunning.
As do you, my dear.
Shall I have one of the girls draw a bath?
That won't be necessary. Clive, my darling. Welcome to the Vale.
Thank you for seeing me through the gates, my lady. I am in your debt.
Well, that was the whole point, wasn't it? And I told you, it's Isabel. Whatever wound you so tight, I wonder. It's certainly not Sid's influence.
You, mentioned a favor. What is it you'd have me do? I don't want to keep my companions waiting.
If you mean Sid and the girl, you needn't worry. They have yet to reach the checkpoint. Yes, Otto asked me to help them as well. But to answer your question, I need you to find someone for me. One of my girls. Tatienne has been gone for several days now.
I feel as if I've spent my whole life searching for people. I can't say I'm any good at it.
I trust you'll do your best. Oh, and take this.
Another seal. Moon and stars.
Proof of that trust, and hopefully enough to keep prying eyes from looking too closely at that handsome face of yours. Now, I have matters to attend to at the Iron Flagon. If you find anything, ask for me there.
Okay.
I should probably start here.
Oh. And then 3 side quests also popped up around here. Okay. Hello.
You wear the dame's brooch. She must trust you.
Enough to have me look for one of your colleagues.
She's still missing then. Oh, if only I'd...
You saw her before she disappeared.
The day before. She was in tears. She'd lost her comb. A gift from the dame. It wasn't anything fancy, but you could tell it meant the world to her. You see, Tatienne was an orphan, and she looked upon the dame as a mother, as do we all.
So she was upset.
And I didn't lend her my shoulder. But perhaps someone else did. Tatienne shared a room. Her chambermaid may have seen something. She's over there, sitting by the pond.
Thank you. Let's see what her chambermaid can tell us then.
So you're the new escort the girls have been talking about. And you've already been sent off on an errand, eh? Poor boy. You'll be knackered before the real work begins later on tonight.
He doesn't know what that means.
Told you share a bedchamber with Tatienne. Did she say anything to you before?
Before she went missing. Only that she needed to meet with someone. She did mention a name, but I know exactly who she meant.
You do?
Lad from the garrison.
Anime convention lanyard, yeah.
Spent every guilly earned on
So many
Tatienne,
badges.
and picked fights with anyone else who tried to buy her time. Followed her around like a lost puppy. Tatienne was flattered at first, but it didn't take long for her to get scared. She thought about saying something. But the dame was so proud of her for how much she was bringing in, and she didn't want to let her down.
This man from the garrison. Did you ever see him?
Of course I did. He tried to sneak into our room enough times. Slimy sod's got a scar over one eye. Claims he got it in battle.
You've been very helpful.
Don't let him get away with this. Find him, and you'll find her.
A man from the garrison.
You here for business or pleasure?
Seems a trip to the barracks is in order.
Kenny, hello. He's married to his guild.
Excuse
That's
me,
you're not
you there?
wrong.
The gentleman with the sword?
Who? Me? Thank you for the raid, Kenny. Hopefully you had a good time with the 16 grind.
Moon and stars. So you are an associate of the day. Might I trouble you for some assistance?
And who exactly would I be?
Oh, forgive me. I am Etienne. I have business beyond these walls, but the guards have grown somewhat suspicious of my comings and goings of late. And who better than someone in the employ of the Vale's proprietress? Would you be...
Why not?
Marvelous. The task is simple enough. Pass through the gate and
Okay, but
deliver
Tiamat was made of
packages
paper.
to a few of my most valued clients. There are 3 in total. A grocer, an apothecary, and a distiller.
Nothing dangerous.
Why, of course not. And though I cannot prevent strongly,
Yeah, don't look at what I... Okay. Three heavy purses. The liquor monger? What a title. I mean, like, it makes sense, but like, I've never heard, like, only time I ever really hear monger is like fishmonger. Liquor monger? Every jounce and jostle of this unexceptional leather sack is accompanied by an eerily melodic tinkling that is likely best ignored.
Teeming with vermin.
Ugh, you need not remind me.
Change their paradise. Oh, whoa. Whoa, that is wide open. Oh no, the distractions. I can feel them. Hold on, if I walk a bit further out here, do I get the rest of the map?
bearers suffer to keep your granary?
There we go. There's a shop. All right, well, Baywatch. No, I mean, I guess that is like a location more so. I'm going to that shop.
That's enough for today, Branded.
Your name is Villain? Jesus. Random lady owning Branded named Villain. She was destined to be a piece of shit.
Go on. Back to the pit.
Oh. Wait, is Villain a title maybe? Or Villain? That was a different one. Okay, I don't know. Oh, whoa, I did not realize how close we are. Jesus, it's right there.
Up, the lot of you. There's still work to be.
I guess that's why the ominous music is playing.
Had another Branded drop in the field yesterday.
What you got?
Oi, don't touch anything.
Oh, Breath of Fire. Fitting. Reduces heat wave cooldown. If I still had heat wave equipped, maybe I would buy that. $40 grand for another Orchestron. I figured there'd be an Orchestron out here. It was just, how much is this one gonna be? Too much.
However do they get that colour?
There's nothing here for your kind, Branded. Go on now.
I have a delivery from Etienne.
Why didn't you say so? Times are hard. But this here'll make 'em less so. For a while at least. Sorry about the welcome.
So medieval tenant works for the Lord in their fields.
Yeah.
So they're the
You can
slave
tell
manager.
Etienne I'm a man of my word.
Villain. Correct. All right.
Oriflamme's finest. just as promised.
Essence of rose.
I have no business with Branded.
Well, I have business with you. A package. Fresh from the master's table.
I do not know you.
Somewhere the gate guards won't be paying him or his...
Fine. This is lighter than usual. Branded, if I discover you have played me false...
I can always take it back.
You will do no such thing. Your master should cut out your insolent tongue. Had you been the tool of any other man, I would see you clapped in chains. Payment.
Jesus.
Cigars.
Those cigars are worth more than your life. Do be careful.
Huh. Oh. Hold on. Yoink. 5 gil just chilling there. Liquor
I
monger.
warn you now, I don't sell to your kind, whether you have the coin or not. Where's your master anyway?
Etienne sent me.
Didn't know he had his own bearer. Business must be booming. All right, quickly now, before the
There we
guards
go.
notice.
A box of Cubans.
That is no burden off my back. And this is for Etienne.
All this for a drink.
Not just any drink. The very best, specially distilled for my most discerning customers. The guards find that, they'll seize it before you can blink. If Etienne likes it, tell him there's more where that came from.
Of course. Perfume, cigars, and spirits. Someone has expensive tastes. The question is, how can they afford to maintain them? I suppose there's only one way to find out.
That's the day done then.
Oh, let's go to him first, I suppose.
Did one of them get on this side of the gate?
Oh, he's talking about me, one of them.
Ah, you have... I believe these...
The leaves of the tobacco plant are harvested. Yeah, just artisan cigars. Brandy wine.
Delightful.
You don't say. And would you be pleased to learn what you had to exchange for those items?
You mean the crystals?
I was about to say,
No need to
it
be
wasn't
coy, my
gold.
boy.
Why
It
not
said
just tell me in the
tinkling.
first place?
I was thinking
An
crystals.
honest man wears deception like... After all, we both know the punishment for dealing in unsanctioned crystals. And if you don't know what this day's work may have cost you, then, well, I dare say you'll sleep all the better for it. Despite the risk, our friends beyond the wall gladly give their finest and most treasured wares for the paltry crumbs I trade in.
I didn't realize crystals were so scarce here.
As scarce as chocobo teeth. Hence the thriving market for even the scantest fragments. Do you think...
I think you're doing what you...
Yeah, a reward for a job... I thank you.
But I thought everything had fangs. True. Let's see. Okay, the other two just out here. We'll go to you first.
Sergeant's got it in for us to... Where's your
Hey, you lost or something? Sorry, but the Imperial Guard's got no use for your kind.
I'm just passing through.
I don't bloody believe it. The bastard's wearing the moon and stars.
That'll be why he's strutting about like he owns the place.
The Dane laughed when we offered her our protection. You reckon this prick's really worth a couple of the Emperor's finest?
I dare say there's ways of finding out. How about it, Branded? Care to show us how you earned that brooch?
All right, let's go.
Oh, no doubt.
Nah.
Only chivalrous souls that we are. Robin and I need to know the dame's being properly looked after.
Fine. If it'll put your mind at ease.
Oh, and just so you know, I won't be holding back. Take a moment to get ready if you need it.
Can we get 1,100 gills or robbing them too? Let's go. Yeah, just in for it immediately. I think I have a limit break.
Let's get the measure of you, shall we?
If that's what you want.
Cocky bastard. All right, let's be having you. Oh, and when you go crying to your mistress, tell her it was Leon who gave you the pounding. Use all the dirty tricks you want, Branded. All right.
I will.
Enough.
You just look at the other guy.
Fuck me.
What the hell are you playing at, Leon? So it's a real challenge he wants, is it? Fine.
All right, you saw that and you're...
Sword up, bearer. Let's have some fun, shall we? How the bearer? Win the Dane's favour anyway.
By knowing when to hold my tongue for a start.
You got potential. I'll give you that.
Bro, you're on the ground.
I'll be
He didn't swing once and talk shit the whole time.
Can I go now?
Gregor's gas. The bastard didn't even break a sweat.
The dame's man or no, he's still a Branded. Best hope the sergeant never hears about this.
Yeah, not after the bollocking he gave us for missing drills. Might be the old sod had a point.
I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, good bloody riddance. At least we know the dame's in safe hands, I suppose.
Do us a favour. If you have to tell the dame about this, tell her we got a good few hits in, eh?
Nah.
Heard the bones fell favourably to the veil.
All right. Hello.
I don't know how a bearer came by the moon and stars, but thank goodness I found you. Can I trust you to be discreet?
About what?
About this. About what I wish to ask of you. About the fact that I, a humble creature, assist the Dame of the Vale in her endeavors. As unlikely as it may seem, there are those within the upper echelons of Samberquois society who find the Empire's treatment of bearers to be barbaric.
All right. But what do you want from me?
This town is carried upon the backs of its bearers, and yet many would see their servants starve. Not for the want of coin, simple fare cost little more than a pittance, but to revel in the suffering of others, a simple act of cruelty. Contemptible though it is, my countrymen would sooner cut off their noses to spite their faces than see their bearers fed. And despite my best attempts at secrecy, my efforts to dole out comestibles have been noticed. Which brings me to my request.
More Diner Dash? Got it.
Fine.
Oh, thank you. Here. What food I can provide goes where the need is greatest. 3 bear.
It's no one.
Interesting. I mean, I guess
True,
it makes
but do
sense.
not
There's
let
going to be
anger
people
make you
who
careless.
are in
People
positions
who view
of
this act of mercy as an undermining
power, but not like the top. That don't like how the bears are treated, but because they're not
curse is bad
at
enough.
the top,
We can't let people starve as well.
they can't really speak up about it.
Are you waiting for it to heal on its own? Hurry up!
Looks like now's not the time.
Well, damn. Drying, I mean, I guess, yeah, that is a use for wind, but Jesus. Mistreated bear, yeah.
You look like you need a rest. Not half as much as I need this. Thank you. I don't eat it here, though. Has it always been this bad? Oh, it was worse before the Chamberlain. I'd be dead without him. Me and many others. That's something at least.
And over there. Oh, wait. I was like down, so there must be a path. Aha. Okay.
I have something for you.
From the Chamberlain. You need to leave.
Branded! Who told you to rest? And you! If you've got a message for me, out with it. If not, return to your post.
Oh, okay, there's a path that way we could have taken.
Heard the bones fell favorably.
So...
Enough! Curse you! Get away
Oh, okay,
from
I was
me.
like, well, he's still doing the thing, what?
You'll work faster next time if you know what's good for you.
Here. It looks like you need it.
The Chamberlain must have sent you, but alas, my work is far from over. If I don't go now, they'll beat me.
You need to rest.
But I won't. I've wounds to heal and bones to mend.
And what of your own hurts?
Don't wait. As will my hunger. Thank you, though.
A drover has more regard for his cattle than the Empire does its bearers. Anyway, I'd better head to the Vale.
Damn.
All right. Are you here for business or pleasure?
Is that another raid?
Though not my own. The Chamberlain put me to work delivering food.
Ah, so he found someone to help him then. Just as well. I hear his friends back at court have been taking a little too much interest in him of late.
So he really is a Chamberlain.
There was a time when he was the Vale's most illustrious customer. Us girls thought of him as a generous uncle. He was one of the only people round here who seemed bothered by the way the Empire treats its bearers.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Position.
A fact not wasted on the dame. A little nudge from her is all it took, and he became the patron. My sisters and I may have lost an uncle, but bearers are being fed for a change, so we don't grumble.
Glad to hear it.
Gives you faith, though, doesn't it? To know there are people out there like him. And you, for that matter. It's no wonder the dame's got a soft spot.
Fatal, that's fair, yeah. Learning that there are people, even if they have to work in secret to do it.
I haven't seen you around the Vale of late.
That's the day done then.
Heard the bones fell favourably.
I'm looking for a man with a scar over his eye.
Looking for a man? Does this look like a brothel, Branded? Fuck off.
Hold your tongue. He wears the dame's
Jesus.
brooch. One word from him and the Vale's doors will be barred to us for good.
There's only one man in the garrison with a dodgy eye. His name's Yannick. I haven't seen him around lately, though.
On account of him being in Moor. Yeah, Yannick left a few days back.
The dame thanks you. Moor is the last village on the road to Oriflamme. I should let Isabel know where I'm headed.
Clive, tell me you bear good tidings.
We have a lead.
Oh, Tatienne, you could have told me.
This Yannick. The soldiers I spoke to believe he's in the village of Moor. According to them, he claimed to have some business with a merchant there. Though that wouldn't explain his continued absence.
And you plan on traveling to Moor to ascertain the truth?
Isn't that what you want?
Oh, it is, but I fear sending you there may cause more harm than good. The people of Moor are rather set in their ways. You'll find they have little love for bearers, and they will not hesitate to report one such as you to the constabulary.
I mean, how is that different from here?
More than one, in fact. His name is Bertrand, and he works at the stables. Tell him I sent you.
I shall return as soon as I find something.
Okay, so back out there. Got it. Is there any, like... maybe that peak. I mean, yeah, there are people who are helping bears and are, you know, sympathetic in the shadows. Yeah, more might have not even that.
Halt! Who goes there?
Scoop him up. Yeah, this skill is great. Holy shit. I thought I saw something as I was running this way. Okay.
What are you playing at, Brandon?
Even got the bird too.
Stay down.
And worm. Perfect for all the small ads, yeah.
An Imperial watchtower. Should be well stocked.
I should find some sort of goodie in there, is what you're saying. All right.
It's over.
Oh, did I get the item? I guess I did. In the middle of all that. We got hides from humans. Do we skin them?
You're not welcome here.
Oh. No, oh, they came out of the... that makes sense.
Stay down. Must I do everything around here? That's enough.
Nice. So can I go inside now? No. It was just... it was just that. Oh, there's a chest here though. Nice. A Korok seed on top. What is that? Dragonet. So, hold on. If I do... okay, they said I could use this in the air. Oh my god. Yeah, we can.
Not this time. Too slow.
All right, beat his ass real good. Come here. I can interact with this one. What is this?
It's the same as the one back at the hideaway. Doesn't seem to be working though.
Huh. So something is, I guess, like the door, something else we're gonna have to come back for eventually. It did get put on the map at least. The Hand of Mimis. Okay. wonder if it would be... not really. Like, I was wondering if it would be faster to warp. I'm actually kind of surprised there's not a... Maybe there is one even further down that I just didn't get close enough or didn't see. It was on a waypoint at the far end of this. What the hell is that? A raptor? Not exactly the cutest dinosaur. Oh, we got different types of birds too. Vultures. Yoink.
Let's make this quick.
Excellent. Another fight.
Give them all you've got, boy.
It does. It was very chocobo-like. I was thinking that too. Yeah, more bird fangs. Oh, this is another one?
Wait.
Let's go.
You're not one of us.
Ah.
Stay down. It's over.
Hello? Oh. Completely unnecessary.
Pay for what you've done. Stay down. It's over.
Demon Tamer's Sash? What? Okay. Upgrade. While slaying a demon merely returns its soul to the hell whence it came until such time as it is resumed or resummoned to inhabit a new host. Taming a demon is much more effective means of dampening its evil influence on the corporeal plane. By luring and trapping the undying spirit of the hellspawn into accoutrement worn on one's person, one might also harness their power and channel a portion of it as one's own. Sure. Based on item description being extra, you're gonna have demons popping up. I mean, given what we were fighting down in that like fallen area, wraiths and liches, I don't know how you say that. Those are pretty demonic to me. Extreme lunge.
Me. Shift your...
Hello.
Branded. Here, now. You're late. What kept you?
What?
Late for what? Did they tell you nothing? A wild beast is savaging my boy. Well, don't just stand there gawping. Rescue him.
All right.
All right. Where is my? I see they've sent me a Branded with a spine for a change. He's over that way, towards...
I was like, I think Lich more than Lick, but I've heard both, so I never know. It's like,
He didn't seem all that worried. Something's not right here. I need to be careful.
The wolf! It's going to eat me!
Not if I can help it. Stay back. I'll deal with this.
It's over.
he sounded very convincingly scared. The wolf, it's going to eat me. Okay. Was it really?
No! You weren't supposed to kill Wolfie. You were supposed to
Yeah,
die.
yeah.
Father
There
will
it
have you whipped
is.
for this. Bearers aren't supposed to win. They never win.
What is this? Your father said you were being attacked.
You're not supposed to talk. Stop looking at me like that. We were only having fun.
Having fun?
We?
Why are you still speaking? Father will hear of this.
Bro, you know how close we are to the cliff edge? I could just throw you over there. Never be seen again. Right into the ocean. There's other bears
Wolf's
too.
work, no
Of course,
doubt.
of course.
But it's not the wolf that's to blame. Someone needs to put an end to this before it happens again.
You, Brandy, come here. How dare you frighten my son? You slaughter his poor pet? and then have the gall to return, head held high. That wolf was trained. Better trained by far than your worthless kind. You are the entertainment, nothing more. And we are most certainly not entertained.
Nor am I. You'll pay for what you've done.
See? I told you, he talks too much. It's not right. I don't like him, Father.
You're not the branded I bought, are you? How dare you deceive me? Well, the sins of the slave are the sins of the master. Go, summon the unlucky wretch you answer to.
That wretch would be me.
That unlucky wretch would be me. I'm my own master. I'm beholden to no one.
Let me speak to your manager. I am the manager.
Lies! Do you think I cannot see that brand on your face?
Shut your mouth and listen. Those bearers you killed, they were people. They felt fear and pain, just as you do. And unless you wish to share in their suffering, you would do well to remember we are not your playthings.
Father, he's scaring me.
How
Good.
dare you threaten us? How dare you?
Can't we just buy another hound? A bigger one, a better one.
Of course, my son. I'll have the villagers fetch us another. With jaws powerful enough to nip this branded's head clean off his shoulders.
I'm wasting my time. But I can't just leave those bearers lying out there. They deserve a proper burial. That much I can do at least. How many bearers have lost their lives to this nobleman's sport?
Bulldog from someone in stabbing distance, honestly.
More victims of the nobles' games. You must be Clive.
How do you know my name?
The Dame. I'm in her service. Never gets any easier, burying the dead.
Is that what you're here to do?
The mistress has me see to it that none are left to the crows, since you're here. Can you give me a hand?
Gladly.
May their burden finally be lifted. I take it you slew the nobleman's pet?
I did. Now I expect they'll find another soon enough. And when it gets here, more bearers will die. How can they think so little of sending us to the slaughter?
Simple. Because you are not them. Bearers are tools when they're needed, and toys when they're not. And if one breaks, well, you can always buy another. Still, such attitudes don't always go unpunished.
Let's go.
Is this your doing?
Of course not. Wolves kill.
I was like, why would I have anything to do with that?
Home. He's gonna tear your throat out eventually. Same with bearers. Fed or not, they don't lack for fangs. What will folk do when they bite back, I wonder?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering too. I was like, bro, they're the ones with the magic.
Yeah. For their help.
You don't have to.
Take it. You never know. Our paths may cross again. Till then.
Okay, real quick. Can I like go? Oh, I go around the corner or something? Is there not? Well, the obelisk is usually pretty tall. I'm just really surprised there's not one at the far end of this.
It's over.
Although, way over here. Oh, it's okay. Pretty much just scenery.
If the people of Moor are as intolerant as Isabel says, it's no wonder the Empire never sent my unit here.
Weren't expecting anything.
Okay, well, let's grab this.
Have you seen my Chloe? I let her out of her pen while I did my chores, but she hasn't come back yet. I think she's lost.
I can't promise I'll find her.
She's beautiful white hair. She lets me stroke her when I'm sad. She's ever such a good girl. So quiet and kind. And she likes walking in the wheat. I know the fields are big, but she's never got lost before. Oh, she must be starving too.
In that case...
I was gonna say, given where we are, yeah, the quest name is Playthings. We're looking for a person.
Field to search.
Probably.
With a little luck, someone might have seen her. You work these fields?
A branded. And an outsider at that, judging by the... Why should I help you, eh?
Because a girl from the village asked me to find her pet. Chloe.
Chloe, is it? Oh, little Lisette's plaything. Last I saw, the filthy creature was sniffing about the windmill. That girl's old enough to know she should tie her pet up when she's finished playing with it.
The windmill.
Off with you now.
Chloe?
No.
More brown than white. You're not Chloe, are you, girl? Is that... someone napping on the job? I hope they don't mind the interruption.
Can't tell if they're pale because they're just pale. Oh. Did you turn to stone?
The crystal's cursed.
Yeah. Okay. It's like pale because dead, pale because just pale, or are they stone?
What?
Get up now. You've slept long enough. It's time to go home. Chloe? Why did you already turn into a rock? I only made you do a bit of magic. You knew you were my favorite. None of the other Chloes had pretty hair.
Other Chloes?
Months
Jesus.
before Dad gives me another one. I have to wait until they're too tired to work anymore.
Is that all she was to you? A plaything? Do you really not care that she's dead?
She's not dead. She's a rock.
That? The crystal's curse? That's just how she died. And now she's gone forever. Giving another bearer her name won't change that.
No, don't say that.
It's true. And without that brand, she would have been just another girl. Somebody's daughter. Just like you.
But Dad said bearers don't have parents.
They do. Parents that give them away. Families they'll never see again. But you became Chloe's family when you took her in. Remember that. And remember her.
Man. Yeah, like maybe we got through to one of them. And being a kid probably helped. Yeah, like Luma said. Teach them when they're still teachable. What are we trying to speak with Bertrand? Oh, hello.
Are you Bertrand?
Sounds about right. Only time I hear from her is when she wants something. Well, go on then. What is it?
A soldier who may have information on our whereabouts is rumored to have come here to meet with a trader.
Many traders stop to peddle their wares on their way to the capital, but only one's been seen quarreling with a soldier.
Is he still here?
The trader? Oh, yeah. Stubborn sod stood his ground till the soldier got tired of shouting, from what I hear. If you seek him out, keep your head down. Fact is, folks round here would sooner hang a branded than help him. And that's even with the dame's brooch.
Understood.
Weren't expecting any new branded until the new moon. You don't...
What's this? A branded? Where's your master? Must I call for the constable?
I come to you from Northreach, at the behest of the Dame. Perhaps you've heard of her.
Why, of course I have.
The 180, goddamn.
Servant. What is...
Rumor has it you were seen arguing with a soldier some few days ago. A soldier with a scar over his eye.
Yes, that's right. He had a comb which he claimed was an antique. Said he wanted to trade it for a newer one. But old though it was, an antique it most certainly was not, as I told him. Nevertheless, he insisted that it was of great value and was quite vehement about my appraisal. I stood firm, however, and for all his bluster, he still purchased a new comb, albeit an inexpensive one.
And do you know where he went after that?
My customers aren't usually in the habit of telling me whither they are bound, but as it happens, this one did. Yonder ruins, strange as it may sound.
My thanks.
Not at all. Be sure and tell her, won't you, that I was helpful. I mean, most helpful.
Oh, I think, is that where we had just ran to, I think? The nearby ruins. Yep.
It smells of death here, Torgal. Wolves.
Bloated wolves?
Stay down. It's over.
both
man and
died.
a woman. Well, the wolves have been busy, but the blood is long dry. So it is you, Tatienne.
If that's true, then the body next to hers will be Yannick's. The girl Yannick went off to sea every night. He said her name was Tatienne.
You. Did you follow me?
Now, why would I do that? Unless you think I'd have good reason to. But no. I was sent to find Yannick. By the looks of things, I have.
We both found who we were searching for.
Nah, he was a jealous sod. Couldn't stand the thought of his woman with someone else. Then one day he sees her with a new comb. Thinks she's got herself a new gallant. Tells the garrison he's going to find the man and kill him. We know it's all talk, but then he disappears off to Moor for some dealings and doesn't come back.
If you mean this comb, it was a gift from the dame.
If only Yannick had bothered to ask, eh? He might not be rotting on a hill.
I think he meant to ask us something else. He stole the old comb and bought her a new one in the hope they'd wed.
Wed? Where would they have gone? Certainly not back to Northreach with a dame waiting. And we all know what happens to deserters. Tell the dame I'm sorry for her loss. When the lads come to collect Yannick's body, I'll see that Tatienne is delivered to the Vale.
Is that wise?
Oh, there won't be any covering up this mess. The most we can hope for is that the dame doesn't hold it against us. Speaking of which, I saw her in Moor just now. Could you tell her what happened? Might sound better coming from you.
I need to tell Isabel. Perhaps the comb will give her something to remember Tatienne by.
If it was a mess.
You are still in one piece, I see. You will be pleased to hear that your companions have arrived. They said they would meet you at a little chapel to the east of here.
Thank you, but you needn't have come all this way just to tell me. I was on my way to see you.
You found her then?
Yeah. Yeah, we did.
I see. It is by no means uncommon for a client to fall for a courtesan. Especially a client who's young and far from home. But rarely do such tales have happy endings.
I found this with Tatienne. I believe it was yours.
Thank you for returning it. I shall see that it has a place on her pyre.
I should go.
Before you do, I have one last gift. The Vale counts among its patrons several high-ranking officers of the Imperial Army. According to one of the looser-tongued gentlemen, it would appear that the legions are planning to march south.
Not to mention the same thing.
But did he mention that it was all of the legions? This is no mere skirmish. Were I to guess, I'd say the Emperor planned to abandon the capital. But that couldn't possibly be true now, could it? Take care, Clive.
I will.
Okay. Up into the mountain
Weren't
path.
expecting any new branded until the new moon.
Oh, okay. Not that far. Just a tiny path.
Any trouble on the way?
None worth mentioning.
As I was telling Jill, it's worse than I thought. The capital's crawling with soldiers.
And here I am, the deserter come home.
Which is why we'll be taking the back door.
What do you mean the... It's on a... like a cliff. Climb, yeah, I guess. Interesting, they have light crystals instead of fire crystals for the lanterns. I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Cheer up, you two. Can't think of a safer place in the Empire than a...
I was about to say, wait.
Brothel.
Are we?
Really? Doesn't seem very private.
So then, how do we proceed?
We'll be using the glass gate. Tonight, just after sunset.
Where the shards are loaded for transport. That is one of the most heavily guarded points in all of Sambrek.
But not the most, which is a start. Besides, I know a shortcut straight to the heart.
A shortcut? And how exactly did you come to know about this fatal chink in the Empire's armor?
Let's just say I may have attempted something similar before. And may have ended up running for dear life after being discovered by Bahamut, but that's
okay.
not important.
Sid, if the Mother Crystals truly are the cause of the Blight...
If? You wound me, Jill.
What I'm trying to say is, if the powers that be know all of this, why do they sit idle and allow it to continue?
In case you haven't noticed, the God-fearing people of this realm and their pious leaders care for but one thing, themselves. And they'll do whatever it takes to hold on to power. The rest of us are just a means to an end. The moment you raise your voice against them, you're decried as an outlaw, clapped in irons and slung in a cell to rot.
An outlaw.
Whoever controls the crystals controls the realm. But our kind can wield magic without them. To our rulers, we must seem the most convenient of tools, and the most dangerous.
But what makes them think they have the right to use us? To leave us to die when our bodies are spent?
Does a nobleman weep for a broken mug? A torn tunic? Our fate means nothing to them.
Mm-hmm.
No. This isn't a battle you can win with words. Believe me, I've tried, but nothing ever gets through. The world is simply not ready to listen. So to hell with talking. If they won't give us a say, we'll decide our fates another way. You can't blame a man for wanting to bring an end to all this, can you?
I can't. But what of all the people you mean to rob of their comforts? Are you happy for them to call you outlaw?
Sid the Outlaw. Ah, that'll do me.
You might at least pretend to take this seriously.
Have a little faith, Jill. Even if you don't think much of my choice of digs. If it means my deeds will be remembered, I'll gladly play the role of villain. But first, we have a gate to crash. And once we're in, there'll be no turning back. So you best make ready. The world won't save itself.
All right, preparing for another big old battle. After all that, I appreciate it. Drake's Head. In majestic silence, has Drake's Head ever stood a vigil over the empire of Sanbreque and its bejeweled capital? You've reached a pivotal moment in the story. If you continue, you will not be able to return. Oh, shit. I think we did everything, though. We actually have done all the side quests, but nothing has warned me like that before. Okay, shit. Maybe at the very least, I will hop back here just to be safe. There's nothing new. Okay, so I guess let's just make sure potions are topped off.
Yes.
And call it good.
What? Go on then.
Which they are.
Come
Okay.
again. Oh, don't.
Easy enough.
I'm not much bothered either way.
As we do plan to level a mountain, that would change the world a bit. Yeah. Oh god, this is gonna be... I was like, the only way we can really level a mountain is with the power of an icon, right? Things are gonna pop off.
There are not nearly enough men here.
Then it's fortunate the city guard doesn't take sentry assignment as seriously as you do. This bodes well.
I'll be a first. This may not be such a terrible plan after all.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
Only that your last secret shortcut was nowhere near as secret as you claimed.
Yeah, but that's half the fun of it. Life's too short for perfect plans. You want a plan that'll keep you on your toes, stop you growing old and complacent.
Worked for you, has it?
Clive, my boy, even life's smallest challenges offer the opportunity to grow and to change. You must embrace these moments. Allow them to suffuse your heart with a deep sense of fulfillment.
Narrowly escaping death at the hands of an enemy is not my idea of fulfillment.
Something wrong?
Not at all. Just wondering if the two of you had finished.
Right. We make for the Mother Crystal's heart as planned. Destroy it and the whole thing should come tumbling down.
And if the passage to the inner sanctum is guarded?
Okay.
Then we embrace the moment and use it to grow and change.
So there's a centralized core that will break everything, apparently.
Come
the
on,
crystal's
this way.
curse.
Try to stay out of sight.
Obviously.
Don't worry, the passage is empty.
Yoink. Hey, not single digit gil.
All right, not quite empty. Let's get this over with.
They're not from the garrison.
I swear this passage used to be.
Of course it did.
Perfect plans, Clyde. Perfect plans.
Stay down!
Yeah. There's 60 more to go. We can buy a song.
They never stood a chance.
You're welcome.
The main tunnel.
That would be my guess. There are sentries everywhere.
And all good things must come to an end. We might have a bit more company from now on.
Captain! To
arms! That's fine.
Keep your distance, boys.
Oh, okay, I guess we leveled up right as a cutscene started, so it was awkward. Just like look at the camera. They said they were gonna get the cannoneer.
I think this may be the moment I was talking about earlier.
Oh my.
More insects come to be squashed. You will find my mortar and I only too happy to oblige.
Do the talk, yeah?
Then let's shut him up.
That hit. Oh, come on.
I'll be fine.
Oh, he's running forward with it. I can't see what's happening. Okay, he's running forward, but like also locked onto me, so I couldn't.
Feel that? Something in the air.
Ether. It's ether.
Then we better make this
why?
quick.
Hey.
Is he?
Oh, bollocks. He's gone, Akashic.
Poor wretch.
Save your pity. We'll get none in return. There's nothing left of him but hatred and rage.
Let's end his torment.
I can't. God, there's so much happening. I can't keep track of all that. Oh, I got a full heal too. Fuck off. Rack up the multiplier. Oh, don't have anything else on.
Give me fire!
Have fun lurking. Hey, no problem. Glad you enjoyed the lurk. It is very fun. The combat is pretty amazing. Okay, I was like, hard launch. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh my god, all my potions are fucking gone. Fucking long range Billy over here, fucking. See? It's very generous hitboxes. Or hurt boxes, I guess. Not this, not this. No, 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 go away.
Not this time.
My God. I could not tell what was happening half of the time. Ooh, ignition damage though. Thank you for that.
I'll never get used to that. Akashic or no, he was still
Akashic, that's what he called them. Huh.
A man who
What
drowned in
does
ether.
that mean?
no
Hold
way
on. What does that mean? Do we have a... Aha! Good. The irreversible change brought about by a living being's overexposure to ether. Creatures are stripped of any intelligence or sense of self they may have once had and become suffused with life force, usually manifesting as extreme strength and aggression. Flora can also turn, resulting in their twisted overgrowth. Those with ethereal tolerance, however, such as dominance and bearers, are less likely to turn Akashic. Oh.
Anyone to go?
Come on.
Guard duty's a death sentence in this place. Not that Sylvester cares.
Well.
Breathe deep of the blessing, my friends. Who said being a dominant doesn't have its benefits?
Sid, this is an ether flood.
There shouldn't be one here, should there? The workers couldn't survive this.
Well, it wasn't here last time, I can tell you that. Which means we need to be quick. The ether won't hurt us, but I'd rather not find out what it's done to everyone else.
I need all the potion pickups. After all that, man.
The miners. The gods.
Too far gone. The ether's made monsters of them. All we can do now is put them out of their misery.
Isabel said she thought the Empire might be planning to abandon the capital. Could this be why?
You said you could call Elizabeth. Never mind. If ever there was a reason to up sticks, an ether flood would be it. Fuck me. Those guards at the gate. They weren't there to keep people out.
They were there to keep the Akashic in.
Okay. Well, I don't know, Tortle. I don't know. Oh boy.
Doesn't look that far. Right. Yo. Whoa. Some help.
Hold on.
All right. They're like, come on. No. They might still kill Sid, but not like this. Come on, man.
I'll take that as a thank you.
Look on the bright side. At least you won't get lost.
Oh. Oh, I like this room. War Cry? Some opponents will use the ability War Cry to invigorate themselves, enhancing their performance in battle. Look for that icon and try to defeat them before they can deal too much damage. away from me. I was playing ping pong with my fucking body. Okay, he's in serious damage. Yeah, they meant it. My God. I want to try to not use potions as much as I can. Square Enix. But they have the Devil May Cry 5 combat director. So, kind of Capcom in a way. Oh. I wonder, can I just like sit here and cheese the shit out of... Oh. I'm not healing. Okay, so there's some sort of cooldown on that.
My wounds, boy.
Gotta know where the roots are. Yeah.
Stay down. Not this time.
Okay, let's get away from Big Hammer Boy for a second. Oh, okay, that had follow-ups to it. Ow. No, I think I just realized how Torgal's healing worked. Every time I get hit, I have temporary health for a bit. Torgal only recovers that.
Thanks to me.
More. Oh, okay. Actually didn't think I dodged that.
Give them all you've got, boy.
Okay, I can't find him. There. Still a net loss. Can I just like do this randomly outside of combat for healing? Yeah. Coral sword? It's better than flame tongue. Coral, while razor sharp, is also painfully brittle, which is why its use in all but the most primitive of weapons is almost unheard of. This sword of unknown provenance, however, is possessed of a remarkable rigidity, while maintaining an edge that rivals that of Odin's blade. That's a hefty claim.
I see they replaced that wooden door with something a little more sturdy. On the count of 3.
Well, yeah, you didn't even hit at the same time.
Ask one.
Once more.
Aye, seeing as you're trying now.
There you go.
As if that was going to keep us out.
Oh, okay, I was like, oh boy.
The mother crystal's just up ahead.
Is it?
Yeah, the door opening thing. Yeah, those are loading screens.
Unless someone's moved it.
There's like 7R, the loading screens were like, well, the infamous high five loading screen. They had similar ones where you would hold triangle to do things.
There's no one about.
I knew it would be big. But this...
Dang.
There. That's our way into the inner sanctum. You'd think they'd have patched that up by now. Sorry state the Empire's in.
Wait. You don't mean...
Aye. My little game of hide-and-seek with Bahamut ended here. At tragic cost to this remarkable architecture. Don't blame me, he started it.
But how did you make it out alive?
I walked. You should try it.
All right. The Path of the Goddess. 7R2. I like 7R's combat, but yeah, I feel like, especially in comparison to this, If they upgraded it with combat like this, that would be amazing. Hello. What do we got?
Oh,
Great.
no.
Them again.
Is there something you two want to tell me?
Maybe later. It's over. Stay down.
There's something. Oh no, just you. Okay.
But how could those creatures from Phoenix Gate be here in the mines?
Are the two places connected somehow?
What? How do you, I don't remember. I know this game has a photo mode. I'm wondering, probably not that extensive, just based on the demo. I doubt they added more since. More? Specters. Or at least a specter. Oh, hi, I didn't even see you.
Not this time.
I don't have my projectile parry this time. Get on the ground. The whole time I could have been throwing fireballs. Unnecessary. Mostly doing it for the healing. Like a free potion. Yeah? I've used to use especially in Devil May Cry 1. Just pop up Devil Trigger just for the heal, not for the damage.
When I was in the Imperial Army, soldiers assigned to the Glass Gate would tell stories about something they called the Guardian.
Can't say I saw anything like that when I was last here.
That
Then
is-
again, I can't say I made it this far.
Let's just be careful then.
We about to fight something big. Oh boy. Let me... Oh, you know what? During a fight, that attack actually is kind of... I like Ignition a lot. Ignition during a boss. I have super armor, but not invincibility. Maybe swap it out with Heat Wave. I also have 1,000 points to spend. Increase limit break. 2,000 to master it. Hey, CJ?
Where did that come from?
If I had to guess...
Poor beast. Another victim of the flood.
And a Kashik dragon, just what we needed. All right.
Well, if it's a fight he wants.
Ready, Clive?
Always.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see.
Too slow.
Grab it. Okay, sick. Don't hit me with that though.
Not this time.
Ah, it was too late. Oh, full stagger. I guess the downside to unequipping. Oh, that traveled all the way through his body. That was sick. Is getting the quicker combo boost from stagger. Or it's not as quick to do so, rather.
Where's he off to now? Clive, look out!
What do you mean, look out? Where am I supposed to go? Well, there's the first death. What happens when you die? There's a retry button. Okay.
Well, if it's a fight he wants.
Ready, Clive?
Always. Over here.
Yeah, I'm not actually immune to fire. Well, I mean, resist. I think it's not immune. Like it was Phoenix versus Ifrit, with fire being fire, while still able to actually do damage. They're not. There we go. They're just barely not ready. Okay.
Where's he off to now? Clive, look out!
I wonder, actually, if I Phoenix shift to his face. There we go.
Not this time.
Okay, okay. Nah, send him back. Oh, but he did more. Okay. Oh my god, that did so much damage.
A little help.
Oh, I should have done this. I didn't think about it. Dragon Dance. We Pokemon? What? Okay, that was sick though. Holy crap. Ah, too late. +1 attack, +1 speed. We're done for. Another one? Oh, from the side. Hey, wait. Okay. You know what? Okay, I was on the wrong one and it still worked out. Oh, I thought he was gonna fireball me. Okay. Oh shit, okay.
Not this time. There's a good boy.
Yep, stagger. That's GG. Should be, anyway. Unless there's another phase. Nah, there we go. That was really cool. I really like that one. Black blood. Oh.
Are you all right?
Fine.
The inner sanctum lies just beyond. Chances are the palace guard knows we're here. We should move. Not that any sane commander would send his men into a place awash with this much ether. Clive. If this all works, and the blessing fades, things are likely to get worse for our kind before they get better. Being the last to wield ether will make our talents that much more sought after, by which I mean hunted. I just hope in the end, they'll see that we didn't have any other choice, that it was the only way to get us to a better place.
And here I was thinking I was the uncertain one. Luckily, 2 out of 3 of us have faith in you.
Then it all starts here. Time to earn that menacing title. Sid the Vicious, was it?
Okay. I also did notice whenever I died, they refilled all of my potions. Instead of like snapshotting where the autosave was.
We're almost there.
Whoa.
Anyone having second thoughts?
Not me.
We're with you to the end, Sid.
Then what are we waiting for?
This place is so pretty. I'm gonna set the refilling my potions. I mean, we just fought a boss, but I still... Oh. They're like, you need to be full health right now. Is there an arena under it? Maybe a tiny one.
Beautiful.
Oh no, Key.
The heart of Sambrek.
You might be onto something. Maybe we should have kept this one for last, so you could still see.
Well, that should work.
A little bit more sturdy than that.
I need a bigger sword.
Mine's bigger.
Thank you, Clive, but I meant that figuratively. The core's clearly made of sterner stuff. Tyler's going to have a fit when she hears about this. Stand back. It's about to get cramped in here.
You using Ramu? Pulling out the grandpa? Yup.
That's more like it.
Yeah, that sure did it.
Clive, look.
Wait, why is it so handsome? Wait, oh.
What is that?
Is that a gate?
Sid!
What
I need a freeze.
the fuck is that?
to me. I can't do this without you. Not again. Where are you?
Now we've seen Titan. That is definitely not Titan.
Hold on.
Oh, Shiva? Do it. He's back in his own mind or something. Okay.
Where the hell am I?
Yeah, what the hell is that?
I've been here before.
What do you mean you've been here before? Typhon?
You again. Where are you? What do you want? Fuck. It's still alive.
Typhon. Hold on, am I? Okay, yeah, I'm thinking of the. When I hear Typhon, I think of the big pink blob from 14. I don't know any other Typhon. Revenant.
Get out of my head! I don't answer to you. I'm leaving. One way or another.
Hold on. Can I, if we're fighting ads, can I go back to Ignition? No. Okay. I guess that's why it let me sit there for a second if I wanted to switch. Okay. Rip.
It's over. By the flames.
Oh, don't get hit by that.
What else can he do?
Oh my god, that's so many. Man, if I had Ignition equipped, oh, that would have been meaty. Look at that. Ignition would be incredible right now.
That power isn't yours.
Oh. Does the angry man want to come out? Oh, this music. Hold on.
But this is mine.
You know, I think there's like a visual difference. We have blue eyes right now. I think every other like angry, uncontrollable Ifrit has been yellow-eyed. I was like, is there anything different? Ability mastery is shared with Clive. Oh. Triangle after executing a fireball burst. The iconic version of magic burst. Ooh. From a devastating melee finish known as a backdraft. Circle to sprint over an extended distance. Hold to lengthen sprint distance. Use L while sprinting to change direction. Okay. Okay, you know, before I was... Ifrit has been kind of slow in the past. Weird that this is icon. Okay, well, they say share abilities. Yeah, they do. Oh my god. Oh. Dodging like wildfire. Yeah, that's what I was about to do. But can I... I could do the charge things too, and then big slam. Oh my god.
It's done.
That combat is sick. Oh my god. Oh, okay.
How many more could there be?
It's closer to Greek mythology, Typhon. Oh, it's low.
As you wish.
It's music though. Oh, I didn't get out of that in time. Oh, come on. Typhon the Transgressor. Ow. I notice I do have healing. Fire lights. There was an interview with Soken. I think he was tasked with making 150 tracks for the game. He's like, 150? Nah. It was like 215. That's what you're getting. Okay. How the fuck? Bro. Okay, I guess I'm not supposed to. Okay. He really, oh, fuck it. He really ramped up his bullshit. All right. What is this? Okay, well, I was in the exact center of that. All right, I shouldn't have pushed, but it worked out, kind of. Far away. There you go. Run to him. It is the PS5. All right. Kind of got my ass beat, but we didn't die. Hellfire. While casting, let's go. Oh shit, well. Was he? No fucking okay, that is some anime shit right there. I was like, you thought you got me. I was still channeling it the whole time. Oh my god. He didn't watch enough Toonami. Clearly not. Breath of Fire, Flames of Rebirth. Reduces Flames of Rebirth cooldown time by 12 seconds. 12? What is Flames of Rebirth? 12 seconds is huge.
Clive.
Well, enjoy your nap.
You're wounded.
This? It's only a scratch. All right, the hole.
We'll find you a healer.
Here. No, you won't.
What the fuck?
I know who you are. And if you think I'm gonna let you have him... think again.
Oh gee, that's a lot of blood. Oh, it might, okay, it might actually be happening.
One left. That'll do me.
Try not to talk.
Clive. For so long, I thought I had all the answers. But then I met you. And I learned it wasn't a good death we should be fighting for, but a better life. It's all very well, a man reclaiming his fate. But if he can't choose how he meets it, what's the point? So, I made a choice.
Yup. Oh, well, on the plus side, Ramu's hopefully gonna be sick.
Don't do this. The rest is in your hands. The crystal's blessing is a prison, Clive. And if it's an outlaw the world needs to help it break free. Stop. Please. I can think of none better than you.
Damn. I thought we would still have a him dying wasn't a surprise, but I figured we'd have a little bit more time.
In ashen grip, let ember glow to kindle flames anew.
Oh, hey, Bahamut's here. I think. Oh, wait, no. Is that the colors? I can't tell. Is Joshua here? No, that's fire. Joshua's here, not Bahamut. Okay. I thought that was Bahamut guy's hair. Made it look a lot more white with all the blue light. Jesus. Okay.
I'm sorry, Clive. Had I arrived but a moment sooner. Do you remember me, boy? I saw you protect them. That was very brave. I know you're there, Ultima.
Oh! Yeah, oh!
You learned our name.
I see.
What else have you learned, Phoenix?
My travels have revealed much about you and your ambitions. I know that it was you who tore me from my brother. And I know that it is his power that you seek. But know this. If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
Very well.
He's like, sure.
Ancestors, fill these lungs that I may dispel the songs of suffering.
A disturbance.
We'll leave. My brother alone. This is getting us nowhere.
We agree. No more games, Phoenix. We have come to claim our vessel.
And I said no.
Oh shit, okay. What?
These flames are nothing. You will know what it is to burn.
Yours is a fleeting form. I'm not fool enough to think I can harm you. But to protect my brother, I don't have to.
Joshua.
These are not flames of destruction.
Have you forgotten already who I am? Just try and get to my brother now. Fiend.
Alright, well, goddamn. Lawless. Yeah. And that's, I guess, why they're like, okay, you can't come back because Titan found the hideaway.
He must be here. Must! Can't fail, Lord Cook again! Find Sid! Or we're all fucking dead! Sid, help us! Where is he? You'll do!
Oh, Gav, no!
Bastard!
Gab, we've got to go!
Not without this!
Sid is not among the dead. Shall I send a Stolas?
That won't be necessary.
Shit.
Where the hell are you, Sid? Where the hell are you?
Okay. Osness.
The finest silks from the master weavers of Randalar. Come, come, feel its softness.
Chocobo
Make a nice
steaks,
gift for your
chocobo
wife.
sausage, all from greens-fed farm birds. None of the old
Chocobo
nonsense you'll find
sausage.
elsewhere. Here, take a bite.
Yeah, that's Titan.
I've got peppers and peas, beans and beets. If it goes in a pot, I've got the lot.
Curatives, restoratives,
Look all you like, sir. It's all fresh. Picked this very morning.
Restoratives, unguents, ointments, poultices, harmatives, curatives, restoratives, unguents, ointments, poultices. Might I interest you in a potion, milady? Perhaps a soothing salve to ease the aches of the road?
Oh no, she's the type of person that gets stopped by the mall people.
I'm sorry.
I wish you well, but
May the mothers guide you. Calmatives, curatives, restoratives, unguents, ointments, poultices.
Flag you down, start walking with your group in the mall. Like, no, go away, please. Five years. Oh, okay.
It's good to see you, Sid.
Huh?
What have we learned?
The bearers are locked up in an old courthouse on the edge of town. And I hardly need tell you who is there to make sure they stay that way.
Kupka's private guard.
It's a trap. And not a very good one at that.
Another? What does he hope to gain from this?
I'll have the captives free before nightfall.
You do nothing of the sort. Our comrades didn't give their lives for you to get your throat slit in a god's forsaken slum.
So those in the courthouse should be left to suffer.
That's not what I said. I simply meant it doesn't have to be you who frees them. Damn it all. You're as stubborn as the old Sid was.
Oh yeah, he did. He burned it off
Just
too.
don't say I didn't warn you. You're Sid now, and if anything happens to him, we're finished.
What's the life expectancy of a wolf? 'Cause if we're like 30.
Please,
How's
you don't know
Torgal still
anything.
alive?
You have to believe us. We'd help you if we could.
But you're helping us already.
Forgive him, my lord. He did not mean to offend.
Quiet, you!
Torgal built different, I guess so, yeah. Yeah, magic.
I'll wager he thinks as highly of his minions' traps as we do.
Then this should be easy.
Don't hurt us. I beg of you.
Quiet means quiet, branded scum.
Google says 17. It's about the same as just a regular dog.
It's going to be all right. I'm here to even the odds. Any objections?
It's him, the outlaw. Sid's here.
Oh, I guess, yeah. Using the power of Ramu. Only Sid does that, right?
Come on. Go! Summon the others!
The bearers?
Safe.
The power of thunder. I like this. It's definitely a switch up from the demo, because they gave us Garuda and Titan in the demo. We still don't have Titan. Clive has claimed a portion of the icon Ramu's essence. Attuning with Ramu not only changes the elemental aspect of Clive's magic spells, but also allows access to several new iconic abilities, such as Thunderstorm, which rains 11 bolts down on all nearby enemies, knocking them back. Ramu's feat. I hate... What? Ramu's iconic feat, Blind Justice, can be used to launch a barrage of ball lightning at up to 9 targets determined by locking onto them. Lightning will temporarily remain affixed to a target and can be ignited by striking it.
Sid dies here!
Okay, it's like, do we go into bullet time for that? Yeah.
It's over! The outlaw's in here! Bring me his head!
How many are there? Titan sends his regards.
Oh. So, does it need to be? They like chained together. I like that. Very slow cast times on things.
Enough of this! Let him play with the kitten!
They brought a pet.
You'll pay for what you've done, Sid.
Those things are fast.
We'll have to be faster.
Republican War Panther. Oh, wasn't expecting that.
Too slow. Nice try.
There's more!
Okay, we have so many. Having the full set. Oh, okay, let's go. A full 3 set to cycle through for skills. So much room for activity. Man, okay. Hey, 40 grand, we can afford 1 Orchestrion. Lightning Shard. Okay.
To hell with this!
They'll tell Hugo.
Let them. There's been more than enough bloodshed for one day.
A cat that isn't a curl is a surprise, yeah. I don't know which one I want to buy. I don't know where we're gonna play it though either if our hideout's gone.
Murderer. All of our friends are dead because of you. Do you hear me? They used us as bait. bait to lure you out of your stinking hole, all because you couldn't just let things be.
What are you even doing here? We never asked to be saved. Did you think we'd thank you? They'll never forgive us. We're all marked now.
For 5 years we fought to secure a better life for our kind. To see that we are treated as equals. Do you not want that?
What we want is to be left alone. Every time you show your faces, it is we who suffer.
It's all right. I'm sorry.
Just leave us be. This is our home, and this is where we'll stay.
Sid told us this wouldn't be easy. They'll come round.
If you say so.
We should go.
The high. We're going. Okay. Amongst the unfading remnants of ambitions long forgotten, do Clive and his companions forge a path to a better tomorrow? Venomare.
That night 5 years ago, we destroyed what for many was a symbol of hope. For a reason they'll never know. We cannot blame them for thinking us the cause of their misery.
Okay.
Though it's to give them a better tomorrow, they see only that we've made their lives harder today. Yet the boil must be lanced if it is to heal.
I can't help but wonder if we've made the right choice.
When Sid said that he wanted to create a world where we were free. Free to choose our own path. I honestly don't think it mattered to him if that choice was right or wrong. Only that it was our own.
I miss him.
A world where we can live and die as equals. That's what he wanted. What we want. And that's why I bear his name. It's why we've all chosen to bear his legacy. And I'm not going to let anything stand in our way.
Rides over, lovebirds. Home, sweet home.
I don't think that's... Huh? Wait. I mean, it's neat. But yeah, that's not the same place.
Otto was asking after you. Let's go and see him.
Never a dull moment.
Otto's alive, okay. Midgar Storm. I could see that, yeah. Can I, hold on. Can I... I mean, I don't see any water here. Where? What does the layout look like? Okay. Lives, chambers, wall of memories.
Back, Sid. Finish with that log so we can call it
I was no fat chocobo? No, it's the ale hall. Karen's Toll. I wonder if it's named in her honor or if she survived.
It's Sid.
Staying long this time? Have we any more knuckle pies?
Oh, sadly not. Molly used the last of the chocobo in the stew.
I was like, what the hell is a knuckle pie? Some sort of meat pie, though. That was just, yeah, what our current song is. Okay. And then there's this. Okay.
Does that one have blood
Oh,
on it?
shit.
And what can I do for you?
That's about the past 5 years, yeah. It's been 5 years since we left the old place. How
I
time
remember
flies.
it like it was yesterday.
We were all waiting to treat Sid to a hero's welcome. And Kupka's lot turned up. Not that we knew it was them. They just poured in like a plague of rats, cutting down anyone and anything that stood in their way. Blood and bodies everywhere there was, and a voice crying out for Sid to save us in the midst of it all. I'll never forget those cries, try as I might.
You're our leader now, Clive.
Here's a fake eye. I don't know if she had that before. I don't recall. Promise me you won't let anything like that happen again. Promise me that, come what may, Sid will save her.
Well, you won't hear me complaining.
It's even roomier than the old one. Yeah, this is pretty nice. Got my own stores, my own little counter. And thanks to you lot fighting the good fight, plenty of demand for me wares.
Drawback.
A constant bloody racket. If it's not Doris and Otto barking the orders, it's Blackthorn and Bardolph banging away day and night.
Still.
If a pain in the ear holds the price I have to pay to be Sid the Outlaw's partner in crime, I'd say I've got myself a bargain.
If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it.
Oh, what are these? Channeler's Whisper automatically charges magic spells and maintains the charge until cast. Accessory effect will not trigger unless the ability Charged Magic is learned. Huh. Crimson, this is also 20 grand. Crimson Tacits increases limit break generation amount by 3% when dealing damage. 3% for 26 grand? Cobalt Tassels increase limit break. Oh, dealing damage, 6% taking damage. Oh. Oh. See, I wish I knew what these songs were. That's the one thing about the expensive Orchestrions. I don't know what is what song.
Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Goots, he lived.
Clive, you're back. You didn't happen to run out of potions while you're away, did you? Leave a fine selection of tonics and tinctures. Oh, perhaps you'd be interested in some new accoutrement. Gear.
Same blacksmith too?
Got ya. What? You've forgotten already? Because I haven't.
It was a right pain in the ass getting this place into shape, especially with the mess we were in. Not that it was anything new for those of us who put the old hideaway together. I don't mean I intend on doing it again. Where is the Moogle? Surely the Moogle survived?
Things here ain't too bad.
I got a decent hammer, a decent anvil, an apprentice that knows his hammer from his cock. Good. Good. Oh, and the furnace is all right and all, thanks to the old Sid's bellows. Gods only know how I keep the coals hot enough out here on the mare without them. Not with bloody crystals, that's for sure. I reckon you won't find a forge like this one anywhere else in the Twins, and I count myself lucky to work it. Thanks for keeping me on. Need anything, you give us a shout.
So, what'll it be?
11 bolts. Ooh, does that need... So it needs Flame Tongue, which needed Storm Cry. Okay. From heaven on high, far did his bolt fall for to deliver justice.
No scratches, right? That it? Fine.
I get a nice and purple. I think it's got a purple, at least up on top, yeah.
Have you been to the Tongue? I hear a new ship.
Wall of Memories. Oh. The oath. Okay, so this must be, there is, I mentioned it before, I found out from the demo, or from someone talking about it from the demo, you can, you get some sort of something or another by taking no damage during boss fights. This is probably where you get to display all of them. Created the day Clive pledged his allegiance to Cid. This crystal shard transfixed with twin daggers is a powerful reminder of a promise made, a friendship forged, and a legacy inherited. Oh, hey. Oh, I probably go back to Karen. Sell all our junk.
I don't know. Perhaps I should just...
Is it business or pleasure?
I don't need you saying that,
Go on,
Karen.
then.
Stop. Please do not.
You got out else? Is that all?
The shelves. Exactly. Okay, the pier, the training pits, map room, infirmary. Did Gavin... yes! Nectar! You're wondering what this new board is behind me, aren't you? All in good time, my furless friend. All in good time. Let's go.
Ah, there you are, Clive. Word of your adventures arrived this morning. Victor sends his thanks.
I doubt Kupka will miss the fools he sent to catch me. Not a single one of the bearers we saved showed any interest in coming with us. No one seems keen to join hands with an outlaw. Any news while we were away?
None worth mentioning. Gav's still off keeping an eye
Gav,
on the
okay.
Republican
I
army.
guess everyone
Should be back any day now.
of import
Understood.
survived.
If anyone needs me, I'll be in the map room.
Still can't work that one out. There must be better places than the hull of a gutted airship to bury your nose in a book.
Yet this is where she's chosen to be. And I'm sure she has her reasons.
I was like, who? I don't know who this is. Vivian. Oh, hey, what's that? Oh, a book? I can't read.
I trust I'm not intruding.
Back from your mission? I'm beginning to think your habit of surviving cannot be attributed to luck alone.
One might say the same of you, Vivian Ninetails.
That's a made-up
That
name.
only 4 attempts have been made on my life.
That is the most made-up name
And
I've ever
none
heard in my
was
life.
Especially memorable. So, to what do I owe the honor? Could it be that you've come for one of my lessons?
Is that so hard to believe?
Very well then. Shall we start with the state of the realm? To absolutely no one's surprise, she finds herself at the mercy of armies and outlaws. Well, mostly armies. Though that's not for want of trying, is it, Clive? But the real question is, how did we get here? Long though Sambrek's dominion over northeastern storm has endured, recent days have seen the blight wrest ever more land from her grasp. For which reason she has continued to wage war on her rival across the strait, hoping to claim less blackened pastures. But Odin would sooner pawn his sword than Waloed relinquish Ash. And the Empire pays dearly for every blade of grass bent beneath Sambrek.
Odin is Waloed. I think Barney is Odin
that
then.
Sylvester set his sights on the crystalline dominion, an altogether easier target, possessed of no less ether. It was 5 years ago, while you were busying yourself with the destruction of Drake's head, that the Empire made its move, subjugating its theretofore neutral neighbor. A nation which could legitimately claim to be the center of the world. Certainly, there is no better place to stage an army. From there, the Holy Empire's reach spans the twins. The non-aggression treaty was the only thing keeping them in check. But if they truly broke the pact without provocation, it is only a matter of time before others reply in kind. The Holy Empire, the Dalmekian Republic, the Kingdom of Waloed, and of course, our friends in Yaran. Who will be left standing, I wonder,
is how you say
when
that?
the last drop of blood is spilled?
You were born in Twinside. Do you not fear for your home?
Oh, dark clouds are wont to gather over the Dominion. Yet in spite of it all, she has ever endured. And when the storm has passed, I am confident she will remain. Now, as to the matter of payment for today's lesson, complete a simple errand for me and we shall consider ourselves even.
Even? Right.
Return this volume to old tomes in the shelves. Tell him it was, adequate.
Oh, there's your
suppose it
answer,
wouldn't hurt
Arquin.
to visit our
Which I
resident
did know.
historian.
Oh, what the hell is that? State of the Realm. Oh. Is that? Oh, yeah, I saw the shelves up here. I was like, if he's around, he's probably up in there, or a replacement, one or the other.
Ah, my favorite pupil.
View the state of the realm.
How may I help you today?
By speaking with Vivian in the Hideaway's map room, Clive can view the state of the realm and learn more about the current ongoings. Visit any of Ninetales' past lessons or take a deeper look at the relationship of those individuals in Clive's orbit.
Here's the latest information I have.
The Grand Cast. Here you can view a detailed visualization of character relationships in Final Fantasy XVI that updates as you progress through the main scenario. Isn't everything capable of claiming to being the center? I don't know. Oh wow, and then Rosaria, Tiny Clive, the Clive we just were. Can I zoom? Oh, okay. I was like, what's the difference here? We got our new clothes. Main protagonist. We can see, oh, we can see who's alive, I suppose. We haven't found him yet somehow. Medicine Girl is on here? What? Huh. Tiamat. On it. Okay. Bahamut's. Yup. Yup. Mysterious being. Otherworldly being that Clive encountered in the inner sanctum of Drake's head. He addressed Clive as Mythos before attempting to merge their consciousness. However, Clive was able to summon the will to resist the creature before Joshua returned from the dead to imprison it in a cage of flame that he sealed away in his own heart. Yeah, this one just spells it out. Odin's dominant. Yep. Good old Barney. Okay. I don't even... Oh, I think that was right hand for Benedicta. I was like, I don't even know who the hell that is. Fighting. Fierce hooded man that many believe to be a dominant of fire. Hold on, what's... Okay. Dominant of fire, he is never seen outside the company of his faithful attendant. For being captured. So yeah, where'd he go? Captured by Benedicta's intelligencers and imprisoned in Caer Norvent, he slipped free from his bonds and escaped to Phoenix Gate. Dominant of the Phoenix and former heir to the ducal throne, Joshua was thought to have died at the hands of the second icon of fire during the disaster at Phoenix Gate. However, he's very much alive, traveling the realm even now, his true identity hidden by a heavy cowl and an assumed name, that of Lord Margrace. So Raid is not listed as dead. Yeah. His life was saved by Joshua. A loyal, let's see. Expedition to Stillwind. Though he did all he could to return the favor that he owed to Joshua for saving his life as a boy during the attack on Phoenix Gate, Wade was to meet the same fate as the prince. Okay. Do they say anything about like why Torgal? Let's see, because there was like, why is Torgal unaffected by the massive ether down there? brought back for one of Archduke Elwin's expeditions to the frozen northern territories, where he was found half-starved and shivering in a snowfield, having presumably been separated from his pack. Elwin gifted the puppy to Clive upon his return, and the two became nigh inseparable. What's added here? Until the tragic event at Phoenix Gate tore them apart. And Clive's faithful friend, now fully grown after the tragic events at Phoenix Gate, Clive believed that Torgal was lost to him forever. However, their paths were to cross again some 13 years later, when Torgal's new master Cid came to Clive's rescue in the depths of the Nissa Defile. Despite their long years apart, the two knew each other as if not a single day had passed since their separation. The two were separated, yet reunited 13 years later. Torgal not only grew into a fine hound, but met with Cid, who trained him to work as a hunting dog. After meeting with Clive again, Torgal gladly returns to the service of his former master. And Clive's faithful friend, he is fiercely protective of him and his allies, loath as he is to lose his best friend again, and never strays far from Clive's side. Putting the hunting skills Cid taught him to use in fending off foes and picking up trails. I don't know why he's not.
Study it well,
What's
Clive.
the situation map? Here you can view a detailed overview of current and past events relevant to Clive's story that updates as you progress through the main scenario. Oh, okay.
The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive.
Lady Tyre is performing a delicate operation and must not
Lady
be...
Tyre, all right. I didn't notice if she was on the chart. I was like, if everyone else is alive, if Gav was alive and you were next to Gav, she should be alive too. Oh, I thought, okay. I was like, what am I looking at?
Lawsman Harpocrates.
Loresman. Keeper of the lore.
Is a name I have not heard for a long time. So long, in fact, I had half forgotten it was mine. Welcome home, Clive. You were missed, as always.
I believe this belongs to you. Vivian asked me to return it.
Already? Our resident scholar devours books faster than young Tet does lemon tarts. Would that I could do the same. But alas, I no longer possess the necessary constitution for such indulgence, either in words or tarts. That said, I have continued my search for mention of the creature you encountered at Drake's Head. But without access to the great libraries of Oriflamme or the Dominion, I regret that I have been able to find little and less. I am sorry.
Please, don't apologize. I'll send word to our associates. See if they can't furnish you with more books.
I fear it is not more books that I require, but the right ones. Mayhap we look in the wrong places. There are still libraries to the north.
I'll see what I can do.
You are too kind. There are not many in this world who would indulge the whims of a tired old historian.
Not too tired to go filching Kupo nuts, though. Always got a pocket for him. Nicks him off the Moogle.
Damn, you stealing from the Moogle?
We all know there's no such thing as Moogles.
How dare you?
The twins seem well.
Aye. Yet they laugh far too little for one so young. The loss of their parents weighs heavy on them, however well they hide it. Titan took much from us that night, from some more than others, and the wounds that remain, they are not quick to heal.
Which is why we must give them all the time they need.
Let me see if they write it more eloquently than I know.
That we
Mughals
must.
are like
Just as I must give
almost
you
like
the time
Fae
you
or-
need
in
to
a way.
recuperate. Good day, Clive.
very few people can see them. They like children can see them.
I should get
And
some rest while I can.
some others.
Is there something I might assist you with, Clive? I have a few new notes.
I
that
believe
might
it's
interest
based on like magical prowess and stuff.
you. You wish to study the tomes?
Let's see, is there there's a search by name. Can I do hold on, Moogle? No. We don't have a page on Moogles.
Did you learn
I don't know if
everything
that's
you
a
needed?
regular Final Fantasy thing. It is in this game and 14. I don't know the exact reason why
Not better,
Clive can
Blinken.
see
You're
him.
already off solving everyone's
Other than, again,
problems.
it's like magical
It looks
prowess.
good, Clive. Goes well with the scowl.
I'd had that brand for so long. I'd forgotten what life was like without it. What it was like to be
There's
myself.
long hair now.
And it's all thanks to you, Talia.
The scalpel did most of the work. Ah, before I forget, a rider was here with a letter from Gav. Otto left it on your desk.
I missed
Not
what you just said.
All right.
Scalpel, what?
And then you get some rest.
What could Gav have thought worthy of a letter?
Cut off is okay. Was my guess. So interesting. Maybe not all of them were burned off then and surgically removed. So still a scar. Maybe that's why some people's scars are so specific. That would make more sense actually. Because a full burn, you have to control it way better. It just being cut off your face.
Once the hall's swept, it's over to the Tavern Crown.
Reading table. Reports, letters, and other important missives addressed to Clive are delivered to the reading table in his chambers. New messages are always arriving, so make it a point to check the reading desk upon returning to the hideaway. The Republican Army. He didn't get an eye patch? Give this man an eye patch. He does have the cool scar, though. The Republican Army marches on the Empire at Twinside, and the men of the Rock have been summoned to the front. Something big is brewing, I reckon. I'll see you done to wear upon my return.
What does Gav have to say?
The Republican army is on the march, leaving Randalar in Hugo Kupka's charge. With him and his men occupied with the defense of the capital, they're less likely to trouble us.
Good news, then.
It's more than that. This is our chance, the one we've been waiting for.
But look how far we've come. All that we have here, our friends, the hideaway, are they not cause for joy?
5 years. 5 long years. If I could only command this power I've been granted, we might have achieved so much more.
Damn,
Each
5
time
years
I
and he's
reach for it,
still...
It's like something is holding me back.
He still can't purposefully
Summoning an
pull
icon
out
exacts
Ifrit.
a price not easily paid. Your body knows this only too well. It's merely trying to save you from yourself.
and every burden I cannot bear falls to you.
This mission of ours has made me question everything I thought I knew. But one thing has become abundantly clear. The crystals take more than they give. In exchange for momentary comfort, we must endure a lifetime of pain, war after war, loss upon loss.
Very Hulk-like, yeah.
And now? Now they rob us of our very homes, leaving naught but dust and ash.
But you're trying to change that. We're trying to change that. And to me, that's no burden.
I know, but...
Try not to forget. We're only here because Joshua gave us a second chance. It would be a pity to waste such a precious gift.
He did. He was there. It wasn't an illusion. I heard him call out to Ultima. If Joshua is still alive, he'll be looking for that thing.
Do you think he will ever come back?
I know he will. And we must be ready when he does. To a world without mother crystals. To Sid.
Okay. No longer hooded.
And so the North is lost.
I knew that the Blight spread ever more swiftly, Your Grace. But this is far, far worse than any could have imagined.
It is only a matter of time before the twins are no more. The world marches ever closer to its end, and here we chase shadows. Tell me, brother, are our efforts in vain?
His voice was very familiar. I can't pinpoint it.
Master Clive, a moment, if you... my apologies, I didn't mean to... intrude.
Not at all. We were just discussing strategy.
Speak freely, Otto.
It's Martha, from the inn. She's gone missing. Anyway, I'll be in the mess when you've finished.
Very well.
I'm unsure.
What would make Martha leave the rest?
Where Joshua just was. That it is unbelievably... Oh. Probably that. Given what the map looks like. Okay. There's like practically, yeah, nothing alive way out there. Jesus. Like, interesting. Like, seeing what different places are called the backyard. Is it late 20s? I'm trying to... We've
What do
had...
we know, Otto?
Some lads from the Imperial garrison in Rosaria started a fight over
20
at
years
Martha's
of...
Rest.
Oh yeah, I guess
Blood
so,
was
yeah.
spilled,
If we have 20 years
bones were
of
broken.
progression,
The
at
usual.
least.
But somewhere in the middle of it all, Martha vanished without a word to anyone. And that ain't like her, Clive. Something's not right.
You think this was planned?
Of course it bloody was. Ever since Eastpool, the Empire's been tightening its grip round the Duchy's balls. They've strung up everyone who's ever set eyes on a runaway, claiming they're traitors to the Holy Throne, conspiring to restore the House of Rosfield to power. And now it sounds like the bastards have turned their attentions to the pallbearers meek enough to stay put. Naturally, old Martha could see the way the wind was blowing, complained that it was getting harder and harder to take bearers in.
And now she's missing. If she's fallen into the hands of the Empire, we could be next.
Couple of curse breakers are already on their way to the inn. They should help speed up the search. But if this is as bad as I think it is, you might end up having to save their asses and all.
Don't worry, Otto. I'll make sure everyone gets home safe.
Wasn't it much, just like his first? Really? Huh. But yeah, I was talking about Joshua. Wait, how are there? Oh God, there's like always gonna be a notification there.
Welcome back, Sid.
Hello?
Damn blighted bilge. Is everything all right?
Aside from the holes in my hull, everything.
The lake water doesn't agree with it, then?
That's one way of putting it. And unless you got some grand scheme to suck the black from the lake like we do in the atrium, that slurry will keep eating away at the timber like young Tech does our lemon tarts. Suppose a coat of pitch might stave off the rot for a moon or so, assuming we had any pitch, which we don't. Not any bloody more. Doubt the old tub's got more than a dozen runs left in him.
Of course, Obolus.
Oh, what was the...
The skiff is our only means
There's
of
something
reaching the
green in
mainland.
that.
Without it, we'd be lost.
Well, I'm glad someone round here sees it that way. To make
Yeah, I know, it's like
pitch,
everyone's
you need pitch trees.
got beef with Tet.
But in case you haven't noticed, live trees are one of the 1,000 things sorely lacking in the Deadlands. Now, I'm not so unkind as to ask you to fell a faraway forest and lug the logs back here to the mere, which is why we'll be needing a suitable alt. And it just so happens I once heard the thorny pitchers of Curltail Falls cover themselves in a sticky wax to trap birds and beetles and whatnot. Might be enough to tide me over.
Sounds easier than felling a faraway forest.
Hawk and ball, god damn it. What?
Finish with that log so we can...
I don't... I spaced out when... Was it Otto was talking? It says find the curse breakers, and I don't have my animal instinct button. It won't let me. Unless I hit the wrong thing. Nope. That's the animal instinct button.
If you need volunteers, just say the word.
That's definitely Koji's doing. He's the head. So he's used to be the head of localizing 14. Now he's the head of localizing the entirety of Creative Business Unit 3, which is the 14 team. But since they also worked on this, more than one game. But he was also a script writer for this game, so that's his fault. He did that. The bunks.
Escape from the slave markets. How'd you manage that?
Interestingly, this game was actually made in English first, I found out. And they did like a whole 3-hour thing like a week or two ago. I didn't want to watch it. It was still avoiding spoilers and stuff. Goblin coin. But they mentioned like demo feedback and stuff. And they're just like, yeah, use English audio and Japanese dub, or English dub, Japanese sub.
Charlie says I can't go and play until I finish my sums.
Japanese players was like, the lip sync is weird. You're like, yeah, English first. There we go. Okay, that would help. I don't know why it wouldn't even... Was it just not tracking it or something? Yeah, I guess not. That's so strange. Okay. I do want to check down here. The backyard.
It's not the East.
Won't be long now, Martel. They'll try your apple soon enough.
Water purification or irrigation. Anything I can steal from you? That's why I'm here. No, alright. So from curl-tail thorny thistles? Sure, we'll do that. So I don't even think I know. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Well, one, I want to see Fangs of Ruin. Okay, still not upgraded with these. However, these get stronger, but is that the Ramu tree. Also, is that one ability Flames of Rebirth? I think that's the accessory you got, right? What is the cooldown on it then? It said 12-second reduction. I guess none of them tell me their cooldown time. Let's see. Blind Justice. What does mastering this do? Increases the number of lock-ons. To what, though? I don't know. Okay. Cool. Let's see. Thunderstorm. Call forth a powerful thunderstorm. Upgrade it. Increase the number of lightning strikes. Pile drive. Increase hits and ability radius. Oh, a multi-hits. What's this? Lightning rod. Create a ball of lightning that, upon being struck, chains lightning to other nearby enemies. Diablo, is that you? I like the sound of that. Let's go. Okay. Judgment Bolt. Summon from the heavens a mighty 11 bolt that deals massive damage to a single target. Let's put that. Probably over pile drive is good damage, but Level 4 sorcerer in Final Fantasy, yep. Let me see here. Maybe I have them mixed up in my brain. One of these took forever to come out. Yeah, I guess it was Thunderstorm. Okay, we're gonna remove Thunderstorm then. And put Lightning Rod. Still kind of slow. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Wait, so this... Oh. Okay, I was gonna say. Wait, this should be the same map. Yeah. We went all through up here. The shop over there has something new.
Easier than felling a forest, I said. The trees don't have teeth.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to put ignition back on.
Farewell.
Oh, I didn't even realize I can put multiple on one and then they chain explode.
I can't imagine Obelisk needing any more than this.
I see. Okay.
Head home.
Sure. We'll turn in cock and balls real quick. I'm mostly curious what the other, I don't know, quantifier is. Where am I? Oh, it puts me up the lift. Okay. Because there was how much gil it gives me, and then there was a new green thing.
Finish with that log.
Welcome back, Sid.
Well?
Find is one way.
Ugh. Reeks like a chocobo's arse. I don't suppose the Argo will mind as long as he stays above the waves.
Argo? So your boat has a name? I didn't know.
Yeah. Same as me old man. He was a ferryman himself back before the Blight came. The boat's all I have left of him. And thanks to you, he'll sail another day.
Yeah, what is that? Oh, badge of might? TAC 12, okay. Cool. We have 10 green points. I'm sure eventually we'll figure out what that is. Or some sort of like reputation or something, maybe.
What happened here?
Come on. We need to find the others.
Oh.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon.
Let's get you to a physical, shall we?
Sid? What said you'd be coming? I trust you don't mind. Also thought you might need some help. And it appears he was right.
You, could say that, yes. They're saying the Imperials ascended like a storm. No one was spared their fury. Martha tried to step in and calm things down, but all our efforts got her were a pair of iron shackles and a hard march.
Any idea where?
Judging by their tracks, they headed towards Sorrowwise Bay.
To the Abbey sheltering Martha's bearers.
The bastards. Jill and I will go after them. You take care of the people here.
We will. But, before you go, one of the locals heard something. He said the soldiers were talking about a culling. I don't know how big this is, but it doesn't sound good. Be careful out there, Sid.
You do the same.
Oh, even main quest is giving that now too. Oh.
Cole is right. That was no tavern brawl. It was a message.
But a culling. Bearers are the property of the Empire. The garrison wouldn't have the authority to act alone. The orders would have had to have come from higher up.
How do?
What's in your shop? Or what's new in your shop, rather? Elixir. Oh, we had 10k a pop. Okay, we have a full HP restoration consumable we can use. I see. 10k a pop is wild. Founder's Footsteps, 20 grand. I don't go completely broke if I buy this, but I also don't know. A preview button would be wonderful. But this is, I'm pretty positive, the cheapest one we've seen. I'm gonna
Thanks
just
very
buy it.
much. That all, is it?
Oi, look sharp!
What is... Oh, the collector's is like CE. Yeah, I guess so.
You're finished.
Oh, interesting. I can grapple to that. Oh. I mean, I did buy the soundtrack, or pre-order rather. It comes out next month.
Up ahead. Martha, are you hurt?
Don't worry about me. It's them at the Abbey who need you. You have to do something.
Tell us what happened.
What happened? The damn Black Shields, that's what happened.
The Black Shields?
The bastards caught wind. The abbot and I were helping bearers. They were gonna hang us both. When the sick rose from their beds, poor souls turned on the Imperials. Distracted them long enough for me to get away.
Then they may still be alive. Martha,
given how this game has been so far, I don't know.
With the other curse breakers.
I think so. Thank you, Clive.
Surviving is not this game's forte so far. Most people just get slaughtered.
Black Shields. Is this some sort of twisted joke? There has only ever been one Order of Shields in Rosaria, and they fought to defend all her citizens.
It seems a step too far, even for the Empire.
Farewell.
Oh, you know, I never put ignition back on, thinking about like multiple enemies. Heat wave. Oh, gear. Here we go.
Are we too late?
There might still be someone inside.
No.
Damn it.
I thought you lot were all spent.
Murderers. They drove the bearers to this.
Wait. These two aren't turned.
That bitch of an innkeeper must have sent them. Colluding with the enemies of the Empire is a serious offense.
And for their crimes shall they be punished. Such is the law. To dwell in darkness that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these our swords we swear.
How dare you speak those words? Have you no honor?
Clive.
This won't take long.
All right, let's see the. Oh, Thunder's not. Good old ignition. Oh, it's very Dark Knight sounding.
Stay down.
Damn, alright. She took the killing blow.
Is that all of them?
I think so.
Yeah, kill them all, yeah. Breath of the Wind. Gouge cooldown by 3 seconds. And I mean, I don't know. I get into too much trouble using Gouge.
He may still
Locked
be
in
alive.
place. 3 seconds is pretty good though. Oh shit. Okay. We've opened this to
Found her.
The abbot.
The bearers died protecting him, calling upon what little magic they had left in their bodies.
Clive. He's breathing.
We're friends of Martha. We're here to help.
Are the Imperials dead?
They are. Every last one.
If only that were true. The Black Shields will return. The cullings will continue. Rosaria will never be saved unless we save her. Tell Martha to beg Sid's aid and tell her this wasn't her fault.
I shall.
Sid, where are you? Sid!
In here! We found a survivor!
Clive. He's gone.
Oh, yeah, I was like, Survivor? I don't think he was making it.
We've laid the abbot to rest. But the bearers, they didn't need to die like this.
No, they didn't. But it was their choice. They knew the fate that awaited them and chose to meet it on their terms, fighting for those who fought for them.
Martha said they rose from their beds, threw themselves at the Imperials so she and the abbot could escape.
I've gathered the bearers' remains. We should consign them to the tide.
There's a drawbridge not far from here.
Oh, I was like, why are you looking at? I guess because they are stone, so that is a bag of.
With us, he'd have taken the dust
their
there
dust.
himself and performed the casting.
I'll
get someone to.
I'll do it.
Of course. Cole and I will remain here and see to the Imperials.
Gotta go around. We'll probably see what happens after this. Oh no. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what? What? What do you mean? Notorious marks. Every now and then, Clive may encounter creatures larger, faster, and more ferocious than most. While flight is not always an option, defeating these notorious marks can earn him not only renown, I guess that's what the green is, renown, but also rare materials that may be used to craft new gear, upgrade existing items. 25.
What am I saying? Of course it has. It's a floating eyeball.
Nice try.
Ah, not close enough. Unfortunate. Oh, putting that stake down? Damn it. Hey, Doom, no. Oh, that's what he hit me with before. I didn't even notice. God damn it.
That's better.
Remember, I have 3. Okay. I put a lightning rod down. Okay. That's a C rank. Sure. I guess that's a way to make money too. 5 grand from that.
You didn't see that coming.
Cool. Wonder what we do with renown.
That must be the bridge.
Yeah, bridge. Shiny. More important.
So shall the waters cleanse thee of thy burden, and bear it out to sea.
And now they are truly free.
I hope so. What of the Imperials?
A pyre was made. It's more than they deserve. We should go back. Cole is worried about Martha.
All right.
Okay. And that was just kind of here. So that makes me wonder, there are a lot of places, especially like here when we first got here. I was like, this looks like something. That makes me want to go check it now. Anything that looks extra precarious, like, oh, surely we're going to fight something here. Nothing big? Okay. Ow.
You're finished.
Okay.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon.
No one survived then?
No.
I'm sorry. Before he passed, one of them bade me tell you not to blame yourself.
Doesn't mean I won't. Doesn't mean their blood's not on my hands. Cole said you cast their remains. That was good of you. But it should have been me. This was all my fault.
How? You couldn't have known.
But I did. And I turned a deaf ear to the warnings like the fool I am. The rumors started moons ago. Of black-clad devils descending on villages in the dead of night to slit the throats of sleeping bearers. But I assumed it was all just nonsense concocted by the Empire. Nothing but a ghost story meant to make folk think twice about lending a hand to a fugitive bearer.
And in ordinary times you would have been right. What these Black Shields are doing is unthinkable.
Do we have, yeah. An order of knights instituted by Empress Annabella. One of her first acts as a vicereine of the newly established imperial province of Rosaria. That are asked with purging the impurities from the province. Which in practice primarily involves slaying bears upon the slightest pretext.
Question. Why do it at all? My mother obviously has a hand in this.
Yeah.
I cannot make sense of her actions.
I hope we get to kill her. I mean, she probably has no fighting prowess, so
It's a job for someone with more time on their hands.
Killed,
Right
they
now,
won't be in combat, I'm
swords
sure.
and men to wield them, preferably big ones. If those Imperials think they can come in here again and threaten my people, they're in for a rude awakening. Oh, before I forget, a Stolas from Otto landed just before you arrived. He asked me to tell you that Gav has returned.
Then we must as well. Will you be all right here, Martha?
We can stay longer if you wish.
No need. I'll be ready should the Imperials come calling. Though I wouldn't turn my nose up if you were to lend me a pair of them strapping young curse breakers.
What the hell does that mean? As a plus quest?
Try not to move. You'll only make it worse.
Oi! You handy with that sword of yours? Course you are. Now, question is, are you willing to use it or not? 'Cause a flock of noble chocobos are in need of help.
Chocobos?
You heard me right. Wild birds? Hmm? And not
Yeah.
just any chocobos at that. Whiteheart and her flock are the bravest birds you ever did see. They protect travellers round these parts from bandits and the like.
Chocobos?
I was supposed to say, wait, is there a chocobo
It's
gang?
true. Why, they saved me from a gang of footpads only yesterday. Nasty lot they were too. And now they're back, looking to settle the score. Well, go on then. Don't just stand there. Go and help them.
Yeah, I'm down.
All right.
Okay.
There's a good lad.
Where can I find
It's like the
these
chocobo
chocobos?
yakuza.
I saw him cut across the way over yonder.
They're a gang
Scoundrels were driving the poor
protecting the
things
people.
towards the old dock. It's a dead end, that is. You save Whiteheart and her flock, you hear me? There ain't a pluckier bird in all the world. She's a hero to us locals. And don't worry, you'll know her when you see her right enough.
I'm sure I will.
And good luck to you. And give those no-good bastards a hiding from me.
This being a plus quest. White-winged wonder. I wonder if this is finally where Ambrosia is. Ambrosia leading a chocobo gang.
That's quite a name for a chocobo. A white feather. I thought Ambrosia was one of a kind. Speaking of brave birds. Looks like they went that way.
It's bird free. I think there's a good chance it is. Well, you know what? Ambrosia didn't die.
These chocobos aren't going down without a fight.
We got you cornered, Feathers. You didn't think you'd seen the last of us, did you? You've been bad for business. But I reckon someone will pay good coin to mount your head on their wall.
Not around here, they won't.
Oh. And why's that, eh?
Because she's something of a hero in these parts. You hurt her, and I hurt you.
Piss off. Or better still, how about we hurt you both?
All right then. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Garuda!
Okay, so that's the thunder going through multiple. Got it. saw something big over there. Wasn't a parry like I was hoping for. I think a bit too late. Okay. Well, we didn't see the one side. I don't know what side the scar is on. Oh,
you're safe now. White Heart, I presume.
It is.
Do you know her, boy?
The little dance, like it me.
That scar. It couldn't be.
Yep.
Ambrosia. It is you. You survived. And you found yourself a flock.
Oi! Is it over? I thought I'd come and see how you were getting on. Oh, you sorted the bastards then. I knew you would.
Yeah, how long Shortcrows live? I don't know. It's at least like 25 years, I would imagine.
Thankfully, they
given
did.
this, but who knows?
Not only that.
How long do like ostrich live? I feel like ostrich live a pretty long time.
Well, I'll be. I never stopped to think our hero here might once have been someone's mount. Though I dare say she'd suit a fine fellow like yourself. Reckon our feathered friend must have learned a thing or
30
two
to
from
40.
her master. Kind-hearted warrior that you are. Bird like her would have cost a princely sum. You born a lord or something?
Well,
something like that.
Oh, no, sorry. I didn't mean to pry. Don't matter who you are. You done right by me.
What is it, girl?
She wants her master back, I reckon. Told you. And it seems our pals agree.
Is that it? You want to come with me?
Well, bugger me if this ain't a heartwarming sight. The lads down the stables will be hearing about this tonight. Oh, stay right where you are.
Sounds like a saddle to me. Yeah. Maybe that's what the plus means. They're like, oh, with the eye patch, let's go.
Doesn't she cut an handsome figure, eh?
Or the plus is like a more special side quest.
Few
Story-related ones.
At least I owe old Whiteheart. Oh, I'll be sad to see her go, of course. But she's earned her right to happiness and more besides. Don't you worry. We'll get along just fine without her. You hear that, Whiteheart? You've earned yourself some time off. You have fun traveling with your master now. You seem awful familiar now I get a proper look at you. That's it. When those chocobos swarmed my cart on the road, didn't you? No. No, that can't be right. That fellow was a bearer.
Must have been my double.
Must have been, eh? Oh, that'll be the excitement getting to me. Silly sod that I am. Pay me
I didn't
no
even realize
mind.
it was the same guy.
Anyhow, best be on my way. Good luck to the both of you.
You take care of your flock for now. I'll call you when I need you.
So what does that mean? Do we get a chocobo whistle? Ambrosia's tack. A bespoke saddle and blinders worn by Clive's childhood chocobo Ambrosia. Que. A quote from Ambrosia. Displayed in Clive's chambers. Okay. Chocobo unlocked. So, after 18 long years, Clive has finally been reunited with his faithful steed. Hold R3 while in the field to summon Ambrosia and X to mount the chocobo. Oh, let's go.
Run like the wind.
Rein in. Oh, okay. Stop on a cool. So I don't have constant obnoxious chocobo theme every time we ride it. Just a cute little jingle to start it off. Okay. Hell yeah. Chocobo kick. Hold on. No, I gotta go. Oh. Oh, it summons her whole gang, I guess. Okay. Because Jill has one too. I'm gonna go kick an antelope. I mean, the damage ain't bad for single hits like this. Let's go. All right, sick. Let's head back to the hideout. See what's going on. Maybe we'll finally get renown or something. As an like an explanation.
Now, where's Gav?
Torgo can keep up. It's all good. Orchestrion. New mail. The Curiosity. Is that the one I bought? No. No, it was just, we got another one. This is the one I bought. I think, anyway. Very quiet.
But none of the curse breakers have returned.
Ah, Clive! How I've missed that scowl.
Where's my report?
What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
If it's kind words you're after, you're fishing in the wrong barrel. Now sit down, you fool.
So, you remember how quick the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's head? And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first?
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek. Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
Well, the two nations beat their shields. The rest sharpen their daggers, ready to set upon the war-weary victor. They'll never see us coming. It's time we moved on the mother crystals. Four mother crystals remain in Storm and Ash. Drake's Breath near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia. Drake's Spine in Waloed. And Drake's Tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's Fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us, is that he loves his traps. There is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting us to go.
Drake's Breath.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Who's that then?
My uncle, Byron Rossfield.
Lord Byron Rossfield of the Seven High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities. Wait, Rossfield. And you're a Rossfield, of course.
My uncle's name gave him his start in the world, but it was his action.
Gav, did you just find that out? After 6 years, 5 years?
Ships.
Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for, eh? Huh?
Oh, hey, the quest guy. The Moogle. Otto's counter. New facilities. The hunt board. The Moogle is the hunt master. Let's go. Alliance reports. The Patron's Whisper and the hunt board. All three are located near Otto in the mess. Express. We can check the map. What color is over there? Because, yeah, I'm not quite sure.
What are we waiting for, indeed?
Yeah. That's what it seems. The fire one. Ironic that the fire one is on an island. Completely surrounded by water. Water one is the one that we saw that scenic shot of, which is this town. And presumably the electric mother crystal. But there's not a mother crystal of every single element, seemingly. This might be a crystal, actually. But yes, even still. So we destroyed the light crystal. Fire. I think this is the earth crystal. Water. Lightning. Well, Odin's over here, so maybe that's dark. Lightning and dark are the other two that are just like, well, I don't know. Oh, and water and ice are separate in this game too, I'm pretty sure. So maybe there's not 8 mother crystals. Like one for each icon. I don't know.
Think it's all right to touch him?
I don't know. You go first.
Where's the... Oh, is this... Oh. Yeah. Full on saddle, not like a mini or whatever. Ambrosia's tack. A saddle and blinders crafted specifically for Clive's childhood chocobo Ambrosia. Even after being separated from her master, the noble steed served the people of Rosaria in his stead, protecting the defenseless from the merciless, just as good shield should. A bird by any other name. Why did Jill write us a letter? You like walk with us everywhere we go. Forgive my insistence on writing you these silly letters. Oh, I guess they're okay. She just has fun doing so. Would that we had more time to speak to each other in person, but for every day we spend together, it feels as though we must suffer another 2 apart. I'm gladdened to hear of your most unexpected reunion with Ambrosia, or should I say, Whiteheart. You told me once how your chocobo sacrificed herself to protect you that night at Phoenix Gate, and here, so many years later, we find she has spent her life doing the exact same thing, defending others. Some things never change, do they, Clive? Way out in the backyard. And then, you know what? Okay, we'll, I guess, take the long way. We'll go down there, talk to this guy, and then head to here, and then see what's going on.
Long now, Martel. Sid, I was hoping to speak to you.
Is everything all right?
Oh, yeah, it's just, well...
It's good to know that something of the old hideaway still lives on.
Martel's pride and joy. It was a sapling when she rescued it from the rubble, but look at it now. All our hard work's finally paying off. I took it on, you see, after she died, and now the fruit's finally ready to eat. And not only is it ready, it's actually tasty. Sweet as you like, in fact. She bred the bitter right out of it.
Impressive. And welcome news to more than a few.
So the
I'd
previous
say.
botanist
I thought
girl
this
died.
first harvest
Okay.
could go to the curse breakers on account of all they do for the hideaway. You couldn't take them some, could you? Seems
It'll be nice being the bearer.
Oh, she always had a soft spot for that lot, see? Here you go. Martell apples, they're called, in honor of her memory. You hear that, Martell? Today's finally the day.
I wonder if you get this at all if you ignore the side quest. Like this feels like a chain. Okay, maybe going the long way around. Yeah, we'll just, okay. We did all the side quests before the point of no return, though. So shouldn't lose out on anything.
Did you come through the forge today? It smells like still. It would explain the black things.
Oh, it was like a seagull or something. I was like, I heard a bird. I was like, oh no, it's a chicken.
Chocobo, chocobo, why can't you fly? What good are your wings if you can't reach the sky? Flap harder, says bluebird, flap harder, says crow. Flap harder or into the oven you go!
All right, kids terrorizing a chicken.
I hear there's trouble in Rosaria. That broom's as ragged as...
You two look like you could use something to eat.
Here you go.
Weren't she the girl from the furrows?
Course she was. An odd sort, that one. Loved plants more than people.
Aye, and brave as a bane might. Remember when she ran back into the hideaway to collect them trees when Titan attacked? Wait.
These aren't those apples, are they?
Dang, she grabbed...
Well, I'll be.
During the Titan attack?
Rightly so. Thank you, Sid.
She went to grab the trees? I guess that's why she didn't make it.
Others weren't so lucky, though.
A gift from the backyard.
Blimey, these take me back. I haven't seen a hideaway apple since. Old Sid was the only one who could stomach the things. He'd nab them right from the branch, make Martell livid. Not that anyone could stay mad at the man for
Oh, the
long.
really
that sounds
bitter,
like
gross. I forgot. Yeah, he was eating an apple at the very start.
Lot to yourselves, were you? Hang on. These aren't Martells, are they? I'm glad to see someone carried on what she started. Can't have been easy, not in the Deadlands. Reckon she'd be happy knowing all her hard work didn't go to waste. Clive, tell the lad down in the backyard to run some over for me, will you?
Not so much as a thank you. Well, I've got some manners at least. Thanks, Sid. You can leave the basket with me. I'll see that the others get their share. Oh, and give our compliments to the gardener, won't you?
That was the last of the apples. I should head to the backyard and pass along everyone's regards.
All right, before we do Moogle Nectar. There you are, Koopa. I've been looking all over for you. The matter is this, Koopa. The hunt. Oh,
it's where the curse breakers post sightings of particularly fearsome beasts. Those that might pose a threat to our operations if they were left to roam free. Just because they can't be dealt with when they're spotted, doesn't mean they can't be dealt with later. Was that what you wanted to know?
Of course not, Kupo. I knew all that already. And that's why I need your help. As I need not remind you, Kupo, I am the mightiest of all the Moogles. No fiend, no fiend or ghoul of the Greensward so I need you to slay them all.
Well, leaving your
He talks so
aside
fast.
for the moment. The people of Valisthea are going through a lot
I can't
already.
ever finish
Or with the blight and the war.
his fucking
Last thing they
paragraph
need
in
is
time.
ungodly fiends terrorizing them on top of everything else. So if the curse breakers are too busy to help, then perhaps I can. Or at least I can try.
Thank you, Kupo. It's so good to have found someone who understands me. I'll stay here then and keep an eye on all the billets. You either get posted on the board, so if there's anything you need to know, I'm your Moogle. What about, about Nectar's adventures? Did I ever tell you about the time I visited the Great Continent, Kupo?
I don't think so.
Of course I didn't, because I've never been, Kupo. Look at these wings. Do they look like the sort that might carry a Moogle across countless leagues of open sea? They call me Nectar the Bold, not Nectar the Stupid, Kupo. Reports of fiends terrorizing the countryside are posted to the hunt board in hopes that fearless heroes such as Clive will take it upon themselves to hunt down and slay the notorious marks. And it's, since we already slayed that one, cool. The Angel of Death. A traitor coming by the way of Caer Norvent met with a troop of curse breakers traveling in the opposite direction and warned them of a wicked winged harpy on the road ahead. His eyes wild and flickered. Though the Cursebreaker saw nothing untoward on their own journey through their pass, the sound of cackling laughter from the trees ensured that they kept up a brisk pace. And Belphegor, a wild avis of striking size, making its nest atop the hill adjacent to Eastpool. Though all efforts are being made to not to rouse the beast's ire, it is surely but a matter of time before it needs to feed. That's a B rank. And you can't like take them. They don't seem to oh my god, the little Mandragora icon for the hunt. I love that. The Cursebreakers don't just tack up any old rumors to this board, you know. They take great pains to verify every little detail, Kupo. So don't you go letting all their hard work go to waste, Kupo. Don't you let me, I mean them, down. Precisely what you see before you, Kupo. The Cursebreakers note down the details of any particular dangerous monster they hear about or encounter in the course of their duties. And post the billets here, Kupo, so that any stout soul who wishes to do the realm a service might set out to slaughter an ungodly horror or two. Which is where you come in, Kupo. As for me, I have the most important duty of all, painting a big red cross over each and every one you cut down, Kupo, so that everyone can sleep at night knowing that the realm is a safer place. Oh, well, that's the renown icon.
Oh, Clive, welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
The Patron's Whisper? Does that mean someone else is taking care of our friend's donations?
Oh no, that's still me. It's just Karen has her toll, Blackthorn has his hammer. I thought a new name might liven things up. I still catalogue every item that arrives, in addition to setting aside those tokens of appreciation the sender has specified are to be presented to you personally. Would you like to see if we have any?
About the past 5 years. I don't even know who you are.
Words
I'll be
are
honest.
immortal.
They live on in others, and if the words are your own, so too will you. Do you know who told me that? It was Jara, in our last session before Titan came. It stayed with me ever since his passing. I don't know who Jara is either. And inspired me to become what I am today. I imagine we survivors all have a story like that, of someone who remains with us even though they're gone.
Business is busy.
On top of my regular duties here at the Whisper, Otto has piled countless other tasks from transcribing and sorting Stola's reports to penning needful missives. Not that I'm complaining, mind. I enjoyed writing. I have ever since I learned my letters from Jara back in the old hideaway. I won't claim to have been his best student, though. That honor goes to Shirley.
Still.
I'd like to think Jara would be proud of me, too, were he with us today.
Is everything we've received and everything promised?
Completing side quests will earn Clive renown, inspiring nameless benefactors from across the Twins to donate money or items to Clive's cause. Visit Desiree at the Patron's Whisper in the Hideaways of Mess to view current renown level and accept any donations available. So I'm not spending it, am I? It's just like, oh, you hit this level. Let's see, Talk of the Tea House. 4 ability points for doing this? Oh shit, let's go. Let's see.
You earned this.
Yeah, let's go. All right. Now something significantly more valuable for doing side quests, I'd say.
All yours.
That one didn't give me renown, though. Some of them could. Berserker Ring for hitting 85, and then expand renown to unlock this one. More donations will become available upon achieving a renown rating of 100.
All done?
Cool.
Clive.
So much has happened since that night. Feels like a lifetime ago. But we'll never forget those who didn't make it. Kenneth, Martel. Kenneth was... Oh, Fat Chocobo guy, wasn't it? Martel, they're still with us in our hearts.
Sid.
When I found out he was gone, I thought that was it for us.
He's still with us too.
With us and in you. You took his name and gave us hope when we had none. So I suppose what I'm trying to say is don't be a stranger. Hideaway ain't nothing without its Sid.
Oh, same old.
Otto's got me reading through the reports coming in from our allies and picking out what problems need dealing with now and what can be saved for later. It was still early days back in the old place, so I could just about handle the job myself. State of the world now, though. I need Dee's help to... Oh, Dee, like Desiree, I guess? To help sift through it all. And that's just the sifting. Actually solving any of these problems is a whole other headache. The curse breakers take the urgent stuff, but we're still stuck waiting for volunteers to handle the rest. If you ever find yourself at a loose end, well, you know where to find me.
Anything catch your eye?
Nothing right now.
Seen enough?
Cool. The hunts thing is really cool. I like that. Which, like, it's...
That room's as ragged as...
It's similar to the hunt things from 15. I don't know if that's where those started. I don't know if any mainline Final Fantasy. I mean, like, hunts are in 14. I don't know if that's been a thing in previous games too.
Did you come through the forge today?
But I do like that.
The Cursebreakers sent their thanks. And their compliments. They were clearly very fond of Martel.
They remembered her. After all these years. I suppose she was very kind, even to a tongue-tied lummox like me. You were one of the good ones, Martel. She put everything into her work. She wasn't going to rest until we had fruit sweet enough to enjoy. And now we do. When she died, I named a sapling after her. And now it's a full-grown tree. Martel lives on through the fruit it bears.
And through you. Her dream would have died with her, had you not kept it alive. That's something to be proud of.
I didn't do anything really, but thank you. You're kinder to me than I deserve.
By the way, Otto's expecting some of your crop. And I wouldn't mind some of it either, if that's not too much to ask.
Of course not. I'll see that you're both well provided for. They like your fruit, Martel. Isn't that wonderful? I'd say it's about time we planted you some siblings, don't you think?
No, Martell's apples as a curiosity. Those are just gonna sit there forever and rot in our office and collect flies. Fantastic. Just what I wanted. A somewhat stunted, somewhat sweet apple grown from the blighted earth thanks to the dedication and perseverance of one woman, Martell. Though she was to lose her life from the wounds she sustained in Kupka's attack on the hideaway, her legacy lives on in the sapling she saved from the ruins. Oh, interesting. So I can't go. Okay, not being able to like keep the hunt billets like in my pocket or like make note of them. I don't even know if we could go to any of them right now. Looking at how many obelisks are unavailable.
So Mather's all right.
So it was Clairview Sandbreck and the Broken Hilt Rosaria. Southern Rosaria. Eastern Rosaria. Sandbreck? Is that this area? And we can't warp anywhere out there yet. Okay. So couldn't even do, well, we might be able to do the one in Rosaria, depending on where was it? I need to like screenshot all of these for my own, probably, honestly. I'm gonna do that. Angel of Death, Clairview, Sandbreck, Belphegor, the Broken Hilts in Rosaria. But I think before we get going on another mission heading out, that seems like a good spot. We got another like 8.5 hours.
How may I help you today? Here's the latest information I have.
Does it tell us what's new, or just that there is something new? What does this one mean? Oh, hunting. Okay.
Of course. One must understand one's place in the world. The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive.
Hell yeah. Solid stuff. With that, how many? Ooh, 13. I might save her one of these like big ones. Flames of Rebirth. Aerial Blast. Honestly, the Aerial Blast, not Blind Justice, the Lightning Rod thing, I don't like it as much as I had hoped I would. As far as just dropping something to deal damage locally. Especially when I'm comboing people across the map, it's whatever. I'd rather just throw down a tornado. 2300 for Judgment Bolt, though. That does, let's see, 4-star damage, 3-star break, 2-star damage, 5-star break, 3 and 3. And also, of course, save for even more limit. And Master Ignition, too. I don't know. I'll hold the ability points for now. But good shit. We shall be back at it tomorrow. Up to level 26. Thank you all for joining me. I do very much appreciate it. We'll be, like I said, we'll be back at it tomorrow. Normal time start anyway. I think this will be very much like Tears of the Kingdom, where that'll be like, oh, interest. 87% through our current chapter or whatever. We're just like, let me look at the clock. Oh, it's 3 in the morning. Yep, sure. Hey, this game is great so far. I'm looking forward to playing so much more. And doing all the side quests for the renown and stuff. The hunts was cool. I'm not gonna commit to the 100% completion just yet, but we'll see. We'll see. I still don't know how hefty the game really is. But yeah, have a good night. I will see you all tomorrow.
Don't leave me. Don't leave me! Father!